Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Tainted Meatloaf at mile marker 52, Toxic Secrets on the Highway. The highway had a way of folding into itself after a while, like a long, tired sigh. It wasn't much. A squat building with peeling paint and a neon sign buzzing faintly above the door. The kind of place where you could smell the engine grease mingled with burnt coffee and something faintly metallic under it all. The parking lot was half full of big rigs and the occasional beat-up sedan like mine, the one with the chipped headlight and the stubborn heater that never quite kicked in. I was tired, the kind of tired that burrows deep into your bones, and my stomach was a persistent rumble reminding me I hadn't eaten since breakfast. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of fried food grease, onions, and something sweet that I couldn't place. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting uneven pools of pale light across the laminate tables. A man in a stained apron was wiping down the counter, his movements slow, as if the day had already beaten him. I slid into a booth by the window, the vinyl cracked and sticky beneath me. The menu was the usual: burgers, fries, meatloaf, and a few sandwiches. But taped to the wall was a new addition: try our special today, spiced meatloaf surprise, in shaky, handwritten letters. I wasn't usually one for specials, especially in places like this, but something about the word surprise struck a chord. Maybe it was the way the letters were smudged, or the faint line of dust on the edges of the paper, as if it had been there too long. I ordered it, figuring I could use a change. The waitress brought it out after a longer wait than I expected. The plate looked ordinary enough: meatloaf with a reddish glaze and a side of mashed potatoes that had lumps like little hills. I took a bite. The taste was strange. Not bad, exactly, but odd, like cinnamon mixed with something else, faintly bitter. I tried another forkful, hoping my taste buds were off. The texture felt off, too almost spongy. I swallowed hard, pushing the thought aside. I was hungry, and it was food. I noticed a couple of truckers eyeing me from the counter, their talk low and rough, but I caught snatches. Something about a chemical plant nearby. "Leak," someone said, voice low. "They're hushing it up." I turned my head sharply, but they fell silent, pretending I wasn't there. It felt like a warning, or maybe a test. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just talk, the kind of rumors that floated around places like this. By the time I left, the sun had finally slipped behind the hills. The air was cooler, carrying the scent of pine and dust. My head was a little fuzzy, like I had one too many drinks. I chalked it up to the long drive and the strange meal. I wasn't about to jump to conclusions. Back in my car, the radio buzzed with static, then a faint voice reading local news. The usual stuff: weather, traffic, a few community events. No mention of any emergency or leak. I turned it off and stared out at the darkening highway, the road stretching ahead like a ribbon disappearing into the night. The fuzziness in my head grew, subtle at first, like a slow tide rising. I blinked hard, trying to clear it. The dashboard lights seemed too bright, the shadows outside too deep. I could taste that strange bitterness, lingering at the back of my tongue. My hands felt clammy. A thin film of sweat coated my forehead, though the night air was cool. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was imagining things. Maybe I was just overtired. I pulled the jacket tighter around me and started the engine. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty road ahead. But the uneasy feeling didn't leave. It settled deeper, a quiet weight pressing against my ribs. Something was wrong. I just didn't know it yet. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something out of place, a shadow, a flicker of movement, but there was only the empty stretch of highway behind me, nothing but the steady glow of distant taillights fading into the night. Still, I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched, that unseen eyes followed every turn I made. The radio crackled faintly, static whispering through the speakers. I flipped through the stations, searching for something to anchor me, a familiar voice or song to cut through the gnawing tension. But the airwaves were mostly dead, broken only by bursts of white noise. I reached down to adjust the dial, then paused. A sudden crackle interrupted the static, and a voice, barely more than a murmur, slipped through. "Don't look back," it said. I jerked my head up, heart pounding. The voice was distorted, warped by the interference, but unmistakably human. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined it, some trick of the static or my fraying nerves. But then it came again, clearer this time. "Don't look back." A cold shiver crawled down my spine. I fumbled for the volume knob, turning the radio off completely. Silence enveloped the car, thick and suffocating. I forced myself to breathe steadily, to focus on the road ahead. The trees lining the highway seemed to lean closer, their gnarled branches reaching like fingers into the dim light. Somewhere up ahead, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a figure moving just beyond the tree line. I blinked, and it was gone. Maybe it had been a trick of the shadows, or my mind playing tricks again. Still, I couldn't shake it. Something was out there, watching. Waiting. I pressed harder on the gas pedal, the engine growling in protest. The road stretched endlessly before me, a ribbon of asphalt swallowed by darkness. I didn't know where I was going, only that staying still felt far worse. The weight on my chest didn't lift, it grew heavier with every mile. And as the night deepened around me, I realized the truth settling in my bones. Whatever was following me wasn't about to let me go. The night didn't get any easier. By the time I pulled into the next rest stop, the sky was a deep, bruised purple, the last light of day bleeding out behind the trees. My hands trembled as I killed the engine, the sudden quiet inside the car almost too loud. I sat there for a moment, breathing shallow, trying to steady myself. The memory of that figure, if it had been anything real, clung to my thoughts like a cold sweat. I didn't want to head back onto the road without knowing more. The truck stop special meal kept replaying in my mind, its strange taste and the dizzying fog that followed. It wasn't just indigestion. Something was wrong. I could feel it, like an itch under my skin that wouldn't go away. I grabbed my phone, fingers fumbling. Signal was patchy, but enough to scrape together some headlines. The chemical plant near here, I remembered that from a weather report days earlier, had a minor leak. That was the official line. But scrolling through local forums and news comments painted a different picture. People were reporting headaches, nausea, strange smells in the air. One post even mentioned a rash spreading through a nearby trailer park. I swallowed hard. It felt suddenly urgent. I needed proof, something concrete. If this leak was real and they were covering it up, I wasn't just chasing shadows anymore. The night air was cool, smelling faintly of pine and something metallic, sharp and sour, like burnt plastic mixed with rust. My stomach churned again. I tried to shake off the nausea as I stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching under my boots. The rest stop was mostly empty, a few trucks idling in the distance, their headlights dim in the dark. Inside, the fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting a greenish glow on the linoleum floor. The air smelled stale, a mix of fried food and industrial cleaner. Behind the counter, a tired-looking woman with a name tag that read Maggie wiped down the counter with a rag that looked older than her. "Long day?" I asked, voice rough. She glanced up, eyes sharp but tired. "You could say that. We're getting a lot of folks coming through, asking about the plant. Been some weird stories." I nodded, trying to sound casual. Have you noticed anything strange? Smells, maybe? People getting sick? Maggie hesitated, then lowered her voice. You're not the first to ask. Folks around here are nervous. They say the company's hush-hush, but you still catch what's in the air like chemicals or... I don't know, something off. Her eyes flicked toward the back door, then back. Don't go poking around too much, if you know what I mean. I did know. That kind of warning wasn't just about safety. It was about fear of what people might find, and what they'd do if it saw the light. Thanks, I said quietly, sliding a couple of bills across the counter. Outside again, the night seemed darker somehow, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I pulled my jacket tighter and headed toward the edge of the parking lot, where the road curved toward the plant. From here, the massive outline of the facility loomed, lights blinking intermittently like a distant, mechanical beast. I didn't want to get close. Not yet. But I needed answers. Back in the car, I plugged in my phone and started piecing together what I had. There were reports from locals, symptoms matching mine exactly. Dizziness, nausea, confusion. Some had even been hospitalized, though official statements insisted it was routine safety checks and no cause for alarm. I scrolled through satellite images of the plant, noting the layout, the proximity to residential areas. Something didn't add up. The leak was supposedly contained, but the symptoms were spreading. Then a text popped in from an unknown number. It read, "Stop digging. It's not safe." My stomach dropped. Who had sent that? How did they get my number? I stared at the screen, heart hammering. This wasn't just an accident anymore. Someone was watching me, following me, and they wanted me to back off. I locked the phone and sat back, the car's interior suddenly feeling like a cage. The night pressed in, thick and heavy. The figure from the trees earlier wasn't the only thing out there. There was something else, something human, and far more dangerous. I had to find out what. No matter the cost. The engine sputtered as I tried to start the car again. It caught, but the dashboard flickered erratically. Maybe it was the stress, or the lingering effects of that meal. Or maybe something else was already messing with me. The highway stretched ahead, dark and endless. And I knew that the road I was on was no longer just a route home. It was the beginning of something far deeper, far darker. Something I couldn't ignore. The headlights barely pierced the thick fog that rolled in from nowhere, swallowing the edges of the road like a living thing. My hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles whitening. Every instinct screamed to turn back, but the answers I needed, my survival, were out there, hidden in the shadows ahead. Somewhere in that darkness, the truth waited, patient and unforgiving. I swallowed hard, forced the pedal down, and plunged forward into the unknown. The fog didn't lift. I kept scanning the road ahead, but the yellow lines vanished under the fog's weight, swallowed by nothingness. The radio crackled with static, the station's voice cutting in and out like a ghost whisper. I switched it off. Noise wouldn't help. I needed silence, clarity. That special meal, the truck stop surprise, was a mistake. I'd never eat anything unfamiliar again, no matter how desperate the hunger. I glanced down at my hands. They trembled. Not violently, but enough to make me wonder. I rubbed them on my jeans, trying to steady myself. The dizziness came back in waves. It wasn't just the food. No, it was the plant. The leak. That chemical smell I caught outside the truck stop, faint but undeniable. Something toxic, something poisonous. And the silence from the authorities. That was the real poison. I pulled over to the side of the road. The tires crunched on gravel. My breath came out in short bursts, visible in the cold night air. The fog felt suffocating now, each inhale like breathing through a wet cloth. I stepped out of the car, the gravel digging into my boots. The world was small, narrowed down to the dim halo of the headlights behind me. I looked back toward the direction of the plant. Somewhere beyond the thick veil of fog, the sprawling complex sat cold, industrial, and ominous. The chemical towers loomed like watchful sentinels, their blinking red lights swallowed by the mist. I tried to catch a whiff of that strange metallic scent again, but got only the damp smell of earth and diesel. Before I could second-guess myself, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I fumbled with it, the screen casting a weak blue light. A message. Meet me at the last exit before the plant. Urgent. Don't trust anyone else. No name. No number. Just those words. My pulse jumped. The fog seemed to press closer, tighter. I debated. I could turn around, head back to the safety of the highway, escape this nightmare. But the message anchored me. Someone knew. Someone wanted me involved. Or maybe this was a trap. Still, I had to know more. The engine started on the second try. I swallowed hard and pressed forward. The road twisted sharply, lined with gnarled trees that scratched the sky. The headlights caught the outline of a small roadside diner, closed, shuttered, windows dark. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and lonely. The silence that followed felt heavier than the sound. I passed the diner without stopping. Then I saw the exit sign, half-bent and rusted, illuminated weakly by a flickering streetlight. I took it. The narrow road led into a small clearing where the fog thinned just enough to see a figure waiting near a rusted pickup truck. A man, mid-40s, wearing a stained baseball cap and a jacket too thin for the weather. His face was shadowed, but his eyes caught the light, sharp and urgent. "You're the one from the truck stop," he said, voice low and rough. "I saw you there. You looked off." I nodded, clutching the steering wheel tightly. "You sent the message." He glanced around, then nodded. "They're watching. The plant's been leaking for weeks. The company's covering it up. People around here are getting sick, headaches, dizziness, nausea. Same stuff you're feeling." I swallowed again, taste bitter in my mouth. They're paying off the local officials. No tests, no warnings. Just silence. They want it buried. His voice dropped. "If you're going to dig, you're crossing a line. No way back after this." I stared at him. The weight of those words pressed heavy on my chest. I didn't want to believe it, couldn't. But the symptoms, the secrecy, the smell, it all fit too well. "What do you want from me?" He pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his jacket pocket. "Names. Witnesses. Anything you've got. And you need to get proof samples, photos. The more concrete, the better. Otherwise, no one will listen." I felt my throat tighten. I wasn't a reporter. Not a hero. Just someone trying to get home. But the doubt was replaced by a stubborn, gnawing resolve. "I'll help," I said quietly. "But I can't do this alone." He nodded, eyes glinting with something like relief. "You won't be. There's a group of us locals, former workers. We meet here, away from prying eyes. We're trying to gather enough to force a public hearing. But we're running out of time." A sudden noise snapped my attention to the trees behind him. Leaves rustled, but no wind. I stiffened. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He tensed, hand resting near his hip. They're close. They watch everyone. My breath caught. The fog shifted, shadows moving just beyond the reach of the lights. I felt the raw edge of fear, not the kind born from monsters or ghosts, but from people who've decided truth is a threat. "We need to move," he said abruptly. "Now!" Before I could argue, headlights appeared far down the road, cutting through the fog like item. We both froze. The truck's engine roared to life behind me, the figure inside unseen but unmistakably real. "They know," the man said. "They don't want us talking." My stomach twisted. The road back was gone, blocked, or worse. I swallowed hard, hands sweating again. This wasn't just about me anymore. I'd stepped into something bigger, darker. The question was whether I'd make it out at all. The man grabbed my arm. "Come on. This way." We slipped into the trees, branches clawing at my jacket. The damp earth squished beneath my boots, cold and unforgiving. The headlights got closer, brighter, louder. No turning back. Not now. Not ever. The fog swallowed us whole. The fog didn't just swallow us, it pressed in, cold and thick, like the world had shrunk to this one choking patch of dark woods. "They're close," the man whispered, his voice barely more than a breath, but edged with something urgent, almost desperate. He kept pulling me forward, his grip firm on my arm, like if he let go I'd disappear into the mist. I wanted to argue, to ask who they were, what exactly we were running from, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I followed. Step by tentative step. The headlights flickered behind us, a jagged pulse of light that danced through the trees. Each burst made the shadows leap, giant, shifting shapes that seemed to watch us, waiting. I kept glancing back, heart thudding so loud I was sure it echoed through the forest. But the man said nothing about stopping, no instructions beyond this way, which was all I needed to keep moving. Branches whipped at my face and hands, tearing at my jacket sleeves. The damp earth squished underfoot, cold and unforgiving like the night itself. My mind raced, trying to piece together everything, my head swimming with the memory of that truck stop meal, the strange taste that lingered, the nausea that followed, and now this. The man's warning about the leak, the chemical plant secrets, the way the news reports vanished after the first mention. It was all connected. I was caught in the middle of something I didn't fully understand, but it was clear I wasn't the only one being watched. Suddenly, the man stopped, yanking me behind a thick oak. The headlights swept past, blinding and loud, the engine's growl fading into a low rumble. I pressed my back against the rough bark, chest heaving, trying to steady the storm inside. "They're looking for us," he said, voice low and clipped. "They don't want anyone poking around. Not after what happened at the plant." I swallowed hard. What happened? My voice cracked, betraying the knot of fear tightening my throat. He glanced around, eyes sharp in the dim light. Leak. Toxic chemicals. People got sick. Real sick. They tried to cover it up. The company, the cops, everyone's in on it. But some of us know the truth. The word truth felt heavy, like it carried the weight of 1,000 lies. I wanted to believe him, but part of me wondered if this was just paranoia, a story spun from fear and bad dreams. Still, the nausea, the dizziness, it all made sense in a sick, twisted way. "I don't understand," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "Why me? Why now?" He looked at me, eyes flickering with something I couldn't place. "Because you ate the special dish. The one they slipped the chemicals into, maybe by accident or maybe on purpose. You're showing symptoms, disorientation, nausea, the shakes. The same symptoms the workers got after the leak. You're a walking warning sign." A shiver ran down my spine. The thought that something invisible, poison lurking in food, could unravel my mind was terrifying. My stomach churned again, the metallic tang returning, sharp and bitter. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake off the cold that wasn't just from the night air. "We have to keep moving," he said, tugging me forward again. "They'll circle back. They always do." We plunged deeper into the woods, the fog growing thicker, swallowing every sound but our hurried footsteps and ragged breathing. My head spun, thoughts slipping like sand through clenched fists. I tried to focus on the man's words, on the map he'd shown me earlier, on the plan, anything to anchor me. But the world tilted, colors bleeding at the edges, sounds warping. The man's hand tightened on my shoulder. "You okay?" "I'm fine," I lied. My voice was weak, distant, like it belonged to someone else. He didn't seem convinced but said nothing. Instead, he kept leading me through the maze of trees and shadows, a silent promise to protect me from whatever waited in the fog. After what felt like hours, we reached a clearing. A small, battered cabin stood at its center, the paint peeling, windows grimy and cracked. Smoke curled from the chimney, thin and gray, the only sign of life in this forgotten place. The man pushed the door open with a creak that echoed in the silence. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of damp wood and stale coffee. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, flickering weakly, casting long, jittery shadows. The walls were lined with maps, newspaper clippings, and scrawled notes pinned haphazardly, a chaotic tapestry of obsession and fear. "This is where I'm safe," the man said, closing the door behind us. "At least for now." I sank onto a rickety chair, hands trembling as I tried to steady my breathing. My mind raced, piecing together the fragments of the night. The truck stop's special dish, the chemical plant's leak, the cover-up, the men hunting us down. It felt like I'd stumbled into a nightmare stitched from real horrors, lies, secrets, and people willing to do anything to keep the truth buried. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft tapping at the window. I looked up, heart pounding in my ears. Outside, shapes moved just beyond the glass, shadows shifting with the fog. The man went to the window, peering out, face tight with tension. "They're watching," he muttered. "They won't stop until they find us." I swallowed hard, the metallic taste flooding my mouth again. My head throbbed, vision blurring at the edges. I wanted to protest, to say we should run, hide, do something, anything. But my body rebelled, weak and unsteady. The man turned to me, eyes dark and serious. "You're not just sick. You're a signal. They'll come for you, for both of us. We have to be ready." I nodded, though every nerve screamed to bolt. Outside, the fog thickened, swallowing the cabin whole. The night was closing in. No one was coming to save us. The fog outside had turned into a dull gray drizzle by morning, cold and steady, like the weight pressing down inside me. I sat up slowly, fingers trembling as I rubbed my temples, willing the fog in my mind to clear. The man was already awake, staring out the window with a look that made the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, feel smaller, tighter. His jaw clenched every few seconds like he was holding back a storm. "We can't stay here," he said without turning. "They'll trace us, sooner or later." I nodded, swallowing the sudden dryness in my throat. My hand shook enough to rattle the chipped mug on the floor beside me. I wanted to argue, to say we should wait, gather more info, but the truth was simple. I felt like I was unraveling. Outside, the trees swayed under the low clouds, branches scraping against one another like nails on a chalkboard. The smell of damp earth mixed with something faintly chemical, the same sickly sweet stink I caught near the truck stop. It was subtle, but unmistakable once you noticed. I rubbed my eyes and tried to remember everything we'd uncovered. The special dish at the truck stop wasn't just bad cooking, it was a deliberate delivery method. The plants leak, the hurry cover-ups, the officials' tight smiles on the news clips we watched in that dingy motel room. People were sick, really sick, and they didn't want anyone to know. I thought about the man's warning again. You're a signal. Me. Somehow, I'd become a beacon for exposure, a living proof they couldn't silence. It was a cruel joke. I hadn't wanted any of this. I just wanted to stop feeling like my mind was slipping through my fingers. He finally moved from the window and sat beside me, his voice quieter now. We have to tell someone. Someone who can make a difference. I swallowed, bitter and hollow. Who? The police? The media? They're all in their pockets. If they wanted to stop it, they would have already. He shook his head. There's one place left. A reporter in the city. She's not afraid to dig. I looked at him, skepticism bitter on my tongue. And if they find her? His eyes sharpened. Then we run again. The thought exhausted me. A life spent on the run, chasing shadows and half-truths, with a poison slowly eating away at my insides. It wasn't the ending I wanted, but it was the only one left. We packed what little we had, the cabin's worn floorboards creaking beneath our hurried steps. The rain had slowed to a sprinkle, cold enough to seep through my thin jacket. On the road, the world felt muted, colors dulled by the overcast sky. Every mile felt heavier, like the poison was riding object, a quiet, relentless companion. As we drove, my vision blurred at the edges again. The sense of disorientation was worse than before, like the world was tilting beneath me. I pressed my hand against the dashboard, fingers slick with sweat, trying to anchor myself. Maybe I'm losing it, I muttered, voice barely a rasp. No, he said firmly. It's the chemicals. They're still in your system. The thought made me shudder. I'd been so focused on the threat outside, those shadowy watchers, the lies, that I hadn't really considered what the toxin was doing inside me. How much time I had left before the fog inside my skull became permanent. We stopped at a small diner on the outskirts of the city, a place that looked like it hadn't changed since the 70s. The smell of frying bacon and stale coffee was a strange comfort, something normal in a world that had gone sideways. I ordered black coffee, the bitter warmth grounding me in a way the rain never could. The man pulled out a crumpled printout, news clippings, government notices, and a few pages from some obscure environmental watchdog's website. The leak was real, and the plant's executives had spent months burying reports, bribing inspectors, and silencing whistleblowers. They're scared, he said, voice low. Not because they're worried about us, but because this could ruin them. I nodded, staring out the window at the city skyline blinking behind the wet streets. It wasn't just about me anymore. It was about all the people breathing that toxic air, the ones who trusted the same system that betrayed them. We reached the reporter's office mid-afternoon. The building was a squat, boxy thing, plaster peeling from the walls, a faint buzz of fluorescent lights humming inside. The woman who answered the door was sharp-eyed, with a tired smile that felt genuine. She listened as we spoke, her fingers tapping on the desk, jotting notes. The disorientation in my head crept in again, but I forced myself to stay present. This was our chance. I've seen what they're hiding, I said, voice steadier than I thought possible. And I'm not the only one. People are getting sick. They need to know. She nodded slowly. I believe you. But it's dangerous. These companies have deep pockets and deeper secrets. We spent hours going over everything, documents, photos, the names of those who disappeared after asking too many questions. The reporter promised to dig deeper, to expose the truth. Outside, the sun broke through the clouds for the first time in days, casting a pale light over cracked sidewalks and busy streets. A thin breeze carried the scent of rain mixed with exhaust and something else, hope, maybe. For the first time since all this began, I didn't feel like a haunted animal. I felt like a witness, maybe even a warning. That night, in a cheap motel room, I lay awake, the ache in my skull dull but persistent. The man was asleep beside me, breathing steady and calm. I stared at the ceiling, tracing the cracked plaster with my eyes. The poison was still inside me. I knew that. There was no magic cure, no quick fix. But I also knew I wasn't alone anymore. The nightmare hadn't ended, but it had changed shape. From something that chased me in the dark to something I could fight, piece by piece, word by word. I closed my eyes, the taste of metal fading just enough to let me dream. Of clean air. Of truth. Of a world where people didn't have to disappear to keep secrets. It was a fragile hope. But it was mine now. Story 2, Silent Sentinel, Forest's Unnatural Watchers. The first thing I noticed was how still the forest was. I stopped to adjust my pack, crouching on the mossy ground. The dampness seeped through my jeans, cold against my skin despite the warm afternoon sun. A faint breeze stirred the needles overhead, but the silence stayed. I glanced up to see a small group of deer not far ahead. They weren't grazing or moving about in the usual scattered way. Instead, they stood too close together, bodies pressed in unnatural tight formations, like they were guarding some invisible perimeter. Their eyes locked onto me, wide and unblinking, a quiet vigilance that felt heavier than any predator I'd known. That's when the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I tried to shake off the unease, reminding myself deer don't behave like this. Maybe they'd been spooked earlier, maybe a hunter had passed through. But no, I thought, no hunters this far back. The trail was quiet, and the last time I saw a person was hours ago near the ranger station where I'd grabbed some water. No one else was supposed to be wandering these woods today. I took a slow, deliberate step forward, trying to appear less threatening. The deer didn't flinch, didn't even blink. Instead, their heads tilted slightly, like they were listening for something I couldn't hear. I squinted against the sunlight filtering through the canopy, scanning the underbrush beyond them. Nothing moved. No shadows slipped between the trees. Just those rigid animals, like statues carved in tense watchfulness. I swallowed hard. A dry taste coated my tongue. The thought crossed my mind, maybe they sensed something wrong. Something I hadn't noticed yet. A predator, yes, but not one with claws or fangs. Something cleverer. More patient. The kind of threat that doesn't announce itself with growls or howls. I shook my head. That was ridiculous. I was alone here, miles from the nearest road, with only my own footsteps and the distant hum of a creek to keep me company. Still, the deer stayed put, eyes fixed on me with a calm that felt anything but natural. I tightened my grip on the straps of my pack and took another step. A crack snapped somewhere behind me. My heart ticked in, pounding loud enough I was sure the deer could hear it. I spun around, breath catching in my throat. Nothing. Just the way the wind whipped through the branches, sending a shower of dry leaves fluttering to the ground. Okay, I muttered, trying to steady my voice. You're just deer. Nothing weird about that. But the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. I glanced back at them. The tight formation had shifted slightly, a slow, almost deliberate movement that felt eerily coordinated. They weren't running. They weren't scattering. They were watching. Waiting. I wanted to keep moving, get to the cabin before dusk. The thought of the cozy fireplace, the creak of the wooden floorboards, the way the light would filter through the windows, it was a welcome contrast to the unsettled quiet out here. But something held me there, rooted in place, eyes flicking to the shadows beyond the deer. A faint scent drifted on the breeze, something sharp, like burnt plastic mixed with the earthy tang of moss. I couldn't place it. It wasn't natural. Not for this forest. My fingers itched to pull out my phone, to check the map or call someone, but the signal was weak, a single bar blinking stubbornly at me. No good. I crouched down, trying to calm my breathing. The forest floor felt alive beneath my palms, cool and damp, littered with twigs and pine needles. I let my eyes wander to the horizon where the trees thinned and sunlight reached the ground in golden patches. The cabin would be just beyond that ridge, maybe an hour away if I kept up a steady pace. I reminded myself that I'd made this hike many times solo and nothing like this had ever happened before. Still, the deer stayed, their bodies pressed close like a living wall, silent sentinels in the fading light. I stood up and started walking again, slower this time, trying to keep my steps light and measured. The scent lingered, stronger now. A faint thud echoed somewhere nearby, wood on wood, I thought, but it was too irregular to be a falling branch. Maybe an animal? No, too heavy. Clumsy. Human, maybe? The thought lodged itself deep in my mind. I stopped again, scanning the trees. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, darker than they should have. I told myself it was just the angle of the sun, a trick of the light. Hello? I called out softly, voice barely more than a whisper. Is someone there? No answer. Just the quiet. The deer's eyes still on me. A sudden rustle to my left made me jump. Leaves crackled underfoot. I turned sharply, heart racing. A man stepped out from behind a tree, face obscured by a hood. His eyes were calm, unreadable, but there was something in the way he watched me that made my skin crawl. I swallowed. Hi. I'm heading to the cabin. He nodded slowly. You're close. Something about his voice was low, steady, but not threatening. Still, I felt exposed. Alone. I glanced at the deer again. They'd melted away into the underbrush, gone as silently as they'd appeared. The man took a step forward. Not many come this way anymore. Yeah, I replied, forcing a smile. I guess it's not the easiest place to find. He studied me a moment longer, then turned and disappeared between the trees, leaving a faint trace of smoke on the air. I stood there, the weight of the quiet settling back around me. The deer were right, I realized. Something was out here. Something watching. Something waiting. And it wasn't wild. The man vanished into the trees like a shadow folding into dusk, and the forest swallowed his faint scent, smoke, and something colder, almost metallic. I stood still for a long moment, fingers brushing the rough bark of a pine, trying to steady my breath. The silence was heavier now, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. The deer had disappeared too, and with them, the eerie stillness they brought. But the feeling lingered, prickling at the back of my neck. I checked my watch. Almost 6 in the evening. The sun was dipping low, sending long shafts of orange light that barely touched the forest floor. The cabin was supposed to be just over the next ridge. I forced myself to move, boots crunching on dry twigs, eyes scanning every shadow, every flicker of movement. Something about that man, his calm, the way he watched me, hung in my mind. Not threatening exactly, but deliberate. Like a chess player waiting for the next move. I tried to shake it off, but the thought gnawed at me. Why was he here? Who was he? The path curved sharply, and there, between 2 ancient oaks, I spotted the deer again. Not scattered, but clustered. Tight. A dozen of them, maybe more, their bodies pressed close like soldiers in formation. I stopped, heart thudding. Their heads lifted in unison, eyes fixed on me. No flickering nervousness, no sudden flight. Just calm vigilance. Like they were guarding something or warning me. I swallowed hard. The feeling wasn't just my imagination. Those animals were on edge, watching for something I couldn't see. My skin prickled with a cold sweat. The air smelled different here, earthy, damp, but with a faint acrid tang, like burnt rubber or old cigarettes. I stepped forward cautiously, trying to catch a better look. A few deer flicked their ears, but didn't move. Then I noticed something odd on the ground near their feet, faint footprints. Not animal prints. Boots. Heavy, square-heeled. Fresh. I crouched, running my finger along the soft earth. The prints were scattered, leading off the path into the thicker brush. Someone had passed here recently. And the deer had seen them too. My mind raced. If someone was out here watching, were they the man from before? Or someone else? The thought tightened my chest. I wanted to turn back, but the cabin was close now. I had to keep going. I stuffed my hands into my jacket pockets and pushed forward, eyes flicking around like a nervous bird. The forest had grown quieter. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals. Just the whisper of wind through pine needles. Even the usual hum of insects was missing. A low rumble rolled through the trees, distant but unmistakable. Thunder? I hadn't checked the weather forecast. The sky was still clear, but now patches of gray were creeping over the horizon. The air thickened, heavy with moisture. The scent of rain mixed with the damp earth and that strange acrid hint. I paused and pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal to check the weather. Nothing. No bars. Typical. I cursed under my breath. No way to call for help if things went sideways. The path steepened, roots twisting like veins beneath my feet. I stumbled once, catching myself on a mossy rock. My hands trembled slightly. I know how that sounds. I told myself it was just nerves. But the forest was watching, waiting. The cabin came into view finally, a squat wooden box nestled in a clearing, half swallowed by shadows. Smoke curled lazily from the stone chimney. Warmth. Life. Relief. I approached slowly, noting the door was slightly ajar. That unsettled me more than anything. Who else was here? I called out softly. Hello? No answer. Just the crackle of the fire inside, faint but steady. I pushed the door open wider. Inside, the smell of pine smoke mixed with stale air. The room was sparse, an old wooden table, a couple of chairs, a small stove. On the table lay a worn notebook, its cover cracked and faded. Curiosity won over caution. I picked it up, flipping through pages filled with cramped handwriting. Names, dates, cryptic notes. Mentions of watchers and the line. Odd references to deer behavior, to how they moved in patterns, signaling danger. My fingers brushed a folded piece of paper stuck between the pages. I unfolded it carefully. A crudely drawn map, with the cabin marked and several points circled in red. One of the points was where I'd seen the deer formation. A shiver ran through me. This wasn't just a cabin in the woods. Someone had been tracking something or someone out here. Suddenly, a sharp noise outside made me freeze, a twig snapping underfoot. I turned quickly toward the window. The clearing was empty, but the trees beyond swayed violently, branches thrashing. The thunder broke then, low and rolling, the first fat drops of rain pattering against the roof. The wind picked up, howling through the cracks in the cabin walls. I closed the door firmly behind me and sat down, the notebook open on my lap. My mind was spinning. Who had left this here? Was the man from the woods connected? Was he one of the watchers mentioned in the notes? The deer. The formations. The footprints. It all made a strange, dark kind of sense. But what was this unseen threat? What was it they were so afraid of? I glanced around the room again. No phone signal, no way out without crossing the forest. I was alone except for whatever or whoever was watching just beyond the trees. Outside, the storm was gathering fast. The wind rattled the window panes like a warning. I knew one thing for sure, this night would be anything but quiet. The thunder rolled away slowly, a distant rumble now, but the wind stayed, shaking the cabin like it wanted me out, like it was warning me not to linger. The rain had stopped, replaced by that eerie quiet you get after a storm, the kind that feels hollow, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed some invisible line, the point of no return. I ran my hands through my hair, the dampness sticking strands to my forehead. The cabin smelled of wet wood and cold plaster, the faint mustiness of something long abandoned. The notebook's pages crackled when I turned them carefully, revealing sketches of the deer, strange symbols, and notes about the watchers. The writer's words hinted at a presence out here, something more calculated than a predator stalking its prey. And then the part that made the hair on my neck rise, the suggestion that the deer acted as more than just animals. They were messengers, or warnings, or maybe something else entirely. I leaned back against the wall, eyes closed, trying to absorb it all. That's when I heard it, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching on the gravel outside. Not the quick shuffle of small forest creatures, but heavy, measured steps. Someone was out there, pacing by the edge of the clearing. My breath caught. I wanted to call out, to demand who was there, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I watched the window, heart banging in my ribs. The silhouette of a man emerged from the shadows, tall, broad-shouldered. He stayed just beyond the tree line, visible only because the moonlight filtered weakly through the clouds, giving him an almost ghostly outline. I swallowed hard. He raised a hand slowly, not in greeting, but as a signal. I didn't respond. I wasn't sure if I wanted to. The notebook on my lap suddenly felt heavier, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I thought about the notes, the cryptic warnings about those who watch, but never speak. Was this him? The man from the woods? The one who'd left the notebook? I tried to steady my breathing, but my hands trembled. I was trapped. No phone, no signal, no easy path out of this forest without crossing the clearing and him. I thought about the deer again. How they'd moved in tight formations, their eyes bright and unblinking, watching me with that unspoken vigilance. They weren't afraid of me, not really. They were wary, cautious, like they knew something I didn't. And maybe, just maybe, they were trying to protect me. I closed the notebook and stood, moving quietly to the door. I cracked it open just enough to peek outside. The man was gone. No sign of him. But the gravel was disturbed, fresh footprints leading away from the cabin toward the deeper woods. I stepped back inside, heart still pounding. The door shut with a soft click that sounded much too loud in the silence. I pushed my back against it, feeling the cold seep through the wood. The notebook was still open on the table, a single line catching my eye. Once you see, you cannot unsee. Once you enter, the forest doesn't let go. I sat back down, the weight of those words settling over me like a shroud. There was no turning back now. Whatever waited out there wasn't just a man or a predator. It was something more, something patient, watching from the shadows, waiting for me to make a move. Outside, the wind picked up again, carrying with it the faintest sound of movement, branches snapping, leaves rustling. The deer, no doubt, still out there, watching. I hadn't just stumbled into the woods. I had stepped into a trap. and I wasn't sure if I'd find my way out alive. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled as I pressed myself against the rough bark of the ancient oak, trying to steady my breath. My eyes darted left and right, searching for any sign of a watcher. The forest, once familiar and welcoming, felt alien now, twisted and hostile, like the backdrop to some forgotten nightmare. Every shadow seemed to pulse with quiet menace, every whisper of wind a warning. I forced myself to move, slow and deliberate, careful not to make a sound. My boots sank into the damp earth, leaves crunching faintly beneath me. The faint glow of twilight slipped away, swallowed by the thick canopy overhead. Darkness was coming, and with it, the unknown. The snapped branches echoed again, closer this time. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. Something was stalking me, no longer content to merely watch. The deer was gone, replaced by a heavier, more deliberate presence. I could feel it now, a weight in the air, a pressure that pressed against my skin like invisible hands. I turned sharply, catching only a flicker of movement through the trees, a shadow slipping between trunks, fluid and silent. No ordinary animal moved like that. The stories I'd heard as a kid, whispered around campfires, creatures that blended with the night, that hunted without mercy, flooded back. I shook the thoughts away. This was real. This was happening. Ahead, the path forked sharply. One way led deeper into the forest's heart, a maze of twisted branches and brambles. The other veered toward a faint glimmer of light, maybe the edge of the woods, or a clearing. I had to choose, but the weight of the gaze pinned me in place. The thing wanted me to make that choice. Then came a low, guttural growl, muffled yet unmistakable. It resonated from every direction, pressing in on me, surrounding me. I swallowed the lump in my throat and stepped toward the light, praying it was my way out. But as I moved, the underbrush to my right erupted. A figure lunged, barely visible, barely human, before vanishing again into the dark folds of the forest. Fear surged through me, but so did something else, something sharp and fierce. The realization that I wasn't going down without a fight. The chase had begun in earnest. And this time, I was no longer the prey who stumbled blindly. I was hunting for my own survival, every step a defiant heartbeat against the encroaching void. I kept moving toward the faint, flickering light, the one barely visible through the thick tangle of trees arching overhead. The air grew colder, damp with the scent of moss and wet earth, and I realized my breath was shallow, caught somewhere in my throat. My hands trembled, not from cold, but from the raw adrenaline rolling through my veins like electricity. I tried to steady myself, focusing on the crunch of leaves beneath my boots, on the faint glow ahead, but the shadows seemed to stretch and warp, thickening around me like a living thing. The forest was watching, waiting. And then I heard it again, movement. Not far off, just beyond the thin veil of trees. A soft rustle, then silence. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising along my arms. The figure I'd seen, maybe human, maybe something else, was out there, hunting. Or maybe just waiting. I wasn't sure which was worse. I pressed forward, the light growing stronger but still distant, more flicker than flame. My eyes darted from side to side, catching glimpses of tight deer formations, their pale eyes glinting in the shadows. They held their silent vigil, like sentinels guarding against some unseen danger. Had I misunderstood? Were they warning me or warning against me? The question twisted in my chest, tightening like a noose. Then, a voice. Whispering, barely audible, but unmistakable. You shouldn't be here. I froze. The voice was close, too close. It came from the right, somewhere just off the path. My head snapped toward the sound, heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing but trees. Who's there? I called, voice cracking. No answer. Just the quiet sway of branches and the distant call of an owl. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to take a step forward, then another. The light flickered again, revealing the outline of a small clearing. And in the center stood the cabin. It looked abandoned, windows dark, walls weathered and gray, the roof sagging in places. But the door was slightly ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. I debated whether to enter or stay outside. Every instinct screamed to run, but the cold night and the forest's pressing weight left me no choice. Shelter, even uncertain, was better than nothing. I crossed the threshold, the wooden floor groaning beneath me. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and the faint smell of something sour, old sweat or rot. I flicked on my flashlight, the beam slicing through the gloom. Shadows leapt and danced on the cracked plaster walls, flickering with the unstable light. I moved cautiously, checking each corner, every creak and groan setting my nerves on edge. Then, by the back door, I found it, a pair of muddy boots, half hidden beneath a threadbare coat. Someone had been here recently. Or maybe was still here. I swallowed. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. The forest's growl echoed faintly outside, a reminder that whatever lurked beyond wasn't done yet. I needed to find out who or what was waiting in the dark. And I needed to be ready. My fingers brushed against the cold metal of the door handle. Heart hammering, I slowly turned it, the hinges protesting with a low creak. The night air rushed in, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Moonlight spilled across the porch, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed almost alive. I stepped outside, boots crunching softly on the frost-hardened ground. The forest loomed ahead, a wall of twisting branches and whispering leaves. Somewhere deep within, something shifted, a subtle, deliberate movement that froze me in place. My breath came in shallow gasps, each exhale a misty cloud in the cold air. A twig snapped sharply to my right. I spun, searching the darkness, but saw only blackness punctuated by silver moonlight. No sign of a figure, no gleam of eyes. Still, the feeling of being watched pressed down like a weight on my chest. I forced myself forward, each step measured and careful. The muddy tracks near the back door led into the trees, faint and erratic, as if the person had stumbled or been dragged. I followed, tracing the path through tangled underbrush and fallen branches slick with frost. After a few minutes, the tracks stopped abruptly at a shallow depression in the earth. Something was buried beneath leaves and moss, something that had been hastily covered. My fingers trembled as I lifted the debris, revealing a small, weathered box. It was old, wooden, and bound with rusted iron straps. With a deep breath, I pried it open. Inside lay a folded piece of parchment, yellowed and brittle. I unfolded it carefully, revealing a scrawled map marked with strange symbols and notations. At the center was a crude drawing of the very cabin I stood by, surrounded by runes etched in a language I didn't recognize. A sudden noise, a low growl, guttural and close, snapped me back to the present. I whirled around, eyes straining against the dark. Two yellow orbs gleamed from the underbrush, reflecting the moonlight. The creature stepped forward, its silhouette hulking and misshapen, fur-matted and dripping with something dark. I barely had time to react before it lunged. Instinct took over. I dove to the side, grabbing a broken branch from the ground. The beast snarled, claws raking the air where I'd just been. I jabbed wildly, the branch cracking against its thick hide. The fight was frantic and raw. The creature's heavy breaths fogged the air as it circled, looking for an opening. I knew I couldn't outrun it, not in this terrain, not tonight. Then, with a sudden rush of adrenaline, I heard a whistle, sharp and piercing, cutting through the night. The creature hesitated, nostrils flaring. From deeper in the woods, a figure emerged, carrying a lantern that cast a warm glow over the scene. The beast growled, retreating a step, then vanished into the shadows. The figure approached cautiously, lowering the lantern. "You shouldn't be out here alone," he said, voice rough but steady. "This forest doesn't take kindly to strangers after dark." I swallowed hard, still gripping the broken branch. "Who are you?" He gave a grim smile. "Name's Harris. And if you're looking for answers, you just found the beginning of a very long night." The lantern's glow flickered weakly against the trees, casting long, trembling shadows over the damp earth. "Why me?" I finally asked. My voice cracked, dry and uncertain. Harris exhaled slowly, the breath misting in the cold air. "You weren't supposed to be here, not tonight. It's not just the forest. It's what people do out here. What they hide." I glanced down at my hands, trembling slightly. The broken branch felt less like a tool and more like a fragile lifeline. "I don't understand." "What was that thing?" It wasn't any animal I've ever seen. His eyes narrowed, lips pressed tight. "You saw shadows and snarls. But it wasn't a beast." "Not really. The deer, the way they moved, they're not afraid of wolves or bears. It's something else, a different kind of predator." My stomach clenched. "You mean a person?" He nodded. "People can be worse. They know the land. They watch. They wait." For a long moment, the forest seemed to breathe around us, and I could taste the dampness in the air, earth, moss, decay. The scent of pine sap lingered, sharp and sticky on my fingers where I'd gripped the branch. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, a sharp, urgent sound that felt like a warning. I swallowed hard. What do I do now? Harris shifted the lantern, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows catching his eyes. "You get out. That's all anyone can do. But before you leave, you need to know what you're up against. And I need to know why you came here, really." The weight of his gaze pinned me. I wanted to say it was just a hike, a simple escape from the noise of the city. But the truth tasted bitter on my tongue, like cold ash. I had been chasing something I didn't understand, a cabin, a place where I thought I might find peace. Instead, I'd found this tension, this silent warning in the movements of the deer, the unnerving stillness of the forest. I wanted to find the cabin, I admitted. My grandfather's cabin. It's been in my family for years, but no one's been back for a long time. Harris gave a slow nod, like he'd heard it 1,000 times before. That place is a marker. For some, a memory. For others, a trap. He gestured toward the path behind us. If you follow that trail back, you'll reach the main road by sunrise. Stay close to it. Don't wander. I looked at the trail, thick roots and tangled brush, haphazard, uneven underfoot. The thought of walking through the woods alone again sent a chill through me, but staying was no safer. "Why did you come?" I asked, curiosity cutting through my exhaustion. He hesitated, then said quietly, "I'm here because someone has to be. To watch. To remember. To stop others from getting caught." Caught. The word hung between us like a warning bell. What happens if they do? Harris didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked toward the deeper darkness beyond the circle of lantern light. People disappear. Or worse, they turn into shadows themselves. A shiver ran down my spine. Not from cold. From something deeper. The idea that the forest wasn't just a place, but a trap woven by human hands, minds twisted in ways I couldn't yet grasp. I started walking, the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath my boots loud in the quiet. Harris followed at a distance, the lantern bobbing like a slow heartbeat behind me. Each step felt heavier, as if the forest was pressing in, weighing down on my chest. The night didn't offer any comfort. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the trees leaned closer, their limbs like gnarled fingers. I thought about the deer, how they had moved in those tight formations, silent and watchful. It was like they knew something I didn't, or maybe they were warning me. Do the deer always behave like that here? I asked, glancing back at Harris. Not always, he said. Only when the watchers are near. When the silence grows thick. They're not just animals anymore, they're sentinels. The word caught me off guard. Sentinels. Guards in fur and antlers, standing vigil over a secret that wasn't meant to be uncovered. I shook my head, trying to clear the creeping dread. It's hard to believe. But I saw it with my own eyes. Harris's voice softened. Hard truths don't always come wrapped in easy stories. We walked in silence for a while longer. Somewhere behind me, a branch snapped, too deliberate to be just the wind. My breath hitched, heart thudding painfully in my ribs. Harris stopped, holding up a hand. The lantern light flickered and dimmed. Stay close, he whispered. The forest seemed to close around us, the air thickening, smelling faintly of smoke and something metallic, rust, maybe, or old blood. I wanted to say something, to break the silence, but my throat was dry, words caught like thorns. Eventually, the trees thinned, and the first pale blush of dawn touched the sky. The main road appeared, a ribbon of gravel cutting through the wilderness. Relief washed over me in slow, creeping waves, but it didn't erase the weight in my chest. I turned to Harris. Thank you. For everything. He nodded, then looked away, eyes scanning the dark woods. Keep moving. Keep your eyes open. I didn't ask for more. I didn't want to know what else he saw out there, lurking just beyond the edges of the light. Back in the city, the noise was overwhelming. The hum of traffic, the chatter of strangers, the smell of exhaust and coffee, it all felt alien, too loud after the quiet menace of the forest. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see shadows trailing me through the streets. The cabin was no longer a refuge in my mind. It had become a symbol of something else, a place where the line between watcher and watched blurred, where silence held its own kind of threat. I told myself it was over, that the forest had released me. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faint rustle of leaves, the soft padding of hooves, the quiet vigilance of eyes watching from the dark. And I wonder if Harris was right, that some places don't forget, and some predators never truly disappear. Sometimes, I catch myself staring at the deer in the city park, noticing how they move in tight circles, how their eyes hold a calm but watchful stillness. I know how that sounds. It's irrational. But after everything I've seen, I can't help but wonder. Maybe the forest didn't just change me. Maybe it left a part of itself inside, something I can't shake. I still don't know what I was really running from or what almost caught me that night. But I do know one thing, some dangers don't roar. They wait. And they watch. Story 3, Phantom Lights at 7th and Maple, Unseen Passengers Vanish. The first time I noticed something was off, I was waiting for a cab under an old street lamp that buzzed and flickered like a nervous eye. It was just past midnight, and the city had folded into a quieter shape, no honking, no distant sirens, just the occasional clack of footsteps on wet pavement and the faint, sour scent of spilled beer in the air. I stood near the corner of 7th and Maple, where the taxi stand usually gathered a small crowd of the city's late-shift stragglers, night owls, and the occasional lost tourist. The queue was moving as usual, the shuffle of feet, murmured apologies, and the occasional cough that felt more like a nervous tic than an illness. I always came here after work, a habit born more from boredom than necessity. The ride home was a half-hour trek, and the buses were unreliable at this hour. I liked the rhythm of it, the way the line moved forward, one by one, people stepping into the cabs with tired smiles or sharp glances, disappearing into the night. But that night, something felt different. I couldn't say what exactly. Maybe it was the way a cold wind slipped beneath my coat, or how the street lamp's light caught a shimmer on the rain-slick pavement, making the whole scene look like a faded, shaky photograph. Maybe it was the way the taxi drivers didn't chatter among themselves as they usually did, but instead waited silently, their eyes flicking to the queue like predators sizing up prey. It started with the second person in line, a young woman wearing a bright red scarf and carrying a battered suitcase. She stepped into the yellow cab ahead of me. The door shut with a soft click. The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror, nodded once, and pulled away. I watched until the cab turned the corner and disappeared. Later, when I checked the ride logs on the city's transit app, I couldn't find any record of a pickup at 7th and Maple at that time. No trace of her anywhere. I thought maybe the app was delayed, or the system had glitched. I shrugged it off and went home. The next night, I was back. Same spot, same time. The queue was shorter, maybe 5 people. I counted them as always, like it was a game. The third person in line, a middle-aged man in a raincoat, stepped up when his turn came. He gave the driver a short address, got in, and vanished into the drizzle. Again, no record. No trace of a ride that started or ended anywhere. The city's digital memory offered nothing. You probably think I'm imagining things. I began to feel a strange prickling at the back of my neck, a whisper that something was wrong but just out of reach. I wasn't a particularly observant person before all this. I'm the kind who misses the small cracks in the sidewalk or the new paint on an old wall. But now I found myself focusing on details I'd never cared about, the way the taxi stand's concrete was chipped, the faint smell of exhaust mixed with damp leaves, the distant thump of music from a nearby bar closing down for the night. I started showing up earlier to watch the line form, trying to catch the moment someone disappeared. Sometimes the people in line would glance at me, suspicion or curiosity in their eyes. I gave them a polite nod, but I could tell they thought I was odd. One night, I struck up a conversation with a woman named Marcy, who worked the late shift at a diner nearby. She had a cigarette tucked behind her ear and a tired smile. "You come here a lot, huh?" she said, lighting up with a shaky hand. "Yeah," I admitted. "I take the cab from here sometimes. It's quieter than the bus." She shrugged. "Quiet can be lonely. You ever get the feeling something's watching?" I laughed. "You mean like ghosts?" She smirked. "Not ghosts. People do stranger things when no one's looking." Her words settled in my mind like a stone. A few nights later, I watched as a man in a dark hoodie stepped into a cab. He looked over his shoulder like he sensed someone watching, but I kept still, pretending to check my phone. The cab pulled away. When I looked up the ride, nothing. I was starting to wonder if I was losing my grip on reality, if the city was playing tricks on me. But the pattern was undeniable. Passengers boarded, then were wiped clean from every record. No GPS ping, no payment confirmation, no mention in any database. I tried to think of logical explanations. Faulty data, someone hacking the system, maybe the drivers were in on something. But nothing added up. The more I obsessed, the more the street felt less like a place to wait for a ride and more like a trap. The flickering street lamp, the damp chill seeping through my jacket, the distant hum of a train. Even the smell of wet asphalt seemed sharper, almost metallic. One night, I arrived early and took a spot behind the last person in line, a man in a beige coat who smelled faintly of coffee and something less definable, like old paper. He glanced back once, and I caught a flicker of recognition in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. The line moved forward, and the man stepped into a cab. The door clicked shut. The driver waited a moment, then pulled away into the mist. I pulled out my phone and searched for the ride. Nothing. No record. I felt a cold sweat prickling my scalp. Then I saw it, a message from an unknown number. Stop watching. I froze. The words blurred in the dim light as my hands trembled. My breath came shallow, tasting faintly of the city's damp night. I looked around. The street was empty except for the taxi stand and the buzz of the street lamp. No cars. No people. Just me. I wondered if I'd imagined the message. Maybe a prank. Maybe a wrong number. But the timing was too precise, too deliberate. The line kept moving. The next passenger stepped forward. My mouth went dry. What was waiting for them inside that yellow cab? Where did they go when the world forgot they ever existed? And if I didn't stop watching soon, would I be next? The night didn't get any quieter. I dug my hands deeper into my jacket pockets, trying to push the cold away. The street lamp flickered again, buzzing like a dying insect. Somewhere distant, a dog barked, sharp, urgent. I tried to make sense of it all, but the pieces refused to fit. The man who boarded the cab before had a flicker of recognition in his eyes when I caught his glance. I should have asked him something, anything, but the moment passed too fast. I wondered if he'd noticed me watching, if he'd felt the same chill I did. Maybe that was why the message came through, a warning to back off. Or maybe it was a threat. I needed answers. I couldn't wait for morning. The idea of sleeping, of closing my eyes and letting this nightmare slip away, was unbearable. By 1 a.m., the taxi stand was nearly deserted. I was alone except for the occasional distant footsteps echoing down empty streets. I pulled out my phone again, scrolling through news sites, social media feeds, anything that might explain the disappearances. Nothing. No reports, no missing person alerts matching the passengers I'd seen vanish. It was as if they had never existed. I decided to try something different. I called the city's taxi dispatch center, pretending to be a passenger wanting a ride. The woman on the line was polite but distracted. When I asked about the specific cabs that had been at the stand, her voice tightened. "Sir, I'm not sure what you mean. We don't have any records of cabs picking up passengers from that location in the past week." That caught me off guard. I had seen the cabs, had heard their engines, smelled the faint scent of leather and gasoline as they idled. How could there be no records? "Are you sure?" I pressed, keeping my voice steady. "Yes, absolutely. Our logs are precise. If a cab picks up, it's recorded. Otherwise, there's no fare, no trip." I hung up, heart slamming against my ribs. No records. No evidence. Just me. The next night, I returned to the stand earlier, around 10:30 p.m., hoping to catch more passengers before they disappeared. The fog was heavier, swirling low around street signs, muffling sounds. I watched the queue shuffle forward again, each person stepping into a cab and evaporating from history. A woman in a bright red coat caught my attention. She looked tired, clutching a worn leather bag, her breath visible in the cold. She glanced my way, eyes briefly meeting mine. I wanted to warn her, to tell her to run. Instead, I just nodded, awkward and silent. She stepped into the cab. The door clicked shut. The cab pulled away into the mist. I followed at a distance, heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. The driver didn't glance in his mirror once. The cab didn't stop. It took a strange route, meandering through side streets, avoiding main roads. I lost sight of it near an old warehouse district, where the street lamps were few and flickering. I stopped, breath shallow, listening for any sound beyond the distant hum of the city. I never saw the cab leave. I waited until 3 a.m., no sign of it returning to the stand or anywhere else. I called the woman's phone number the next morning, found scribbled on a slip of paper she'd dropped in her rush. No answer. No voicemail. Just dead silence. I was running out of options and patience. At work the next day, I confided in a colleague, Jenna, someone I trusted but rarely opened up to. She raised an eyebrow when I told her everything: the vanishings, the empty records, the mysterious message. "Sounds like you're chasing ghosts," she said, her voice low, almost joking. I could feel my face tighten. I know how that sounds. But it's real. I've seen it. People get in those cabs and disappear. Jenna tapped her pen against her mug, thoughtful. Have you considered it might be something organized? Like human trafficking or some underground operation? I hadn't. But the idea pressed down on me like a weight. It made more sense than ghosts or glitches in reality. Maybe you should report it to the police, Jenna suggested carefully. At least get it on record. I shook my head. And say what? People vanish from taxis, and there's no evidence? They think I'm crazy. She gave me a small, encouraging smile. You're not crazy. But you can't do this alone. Her words lingered long after our conversation ended. Maybe she was right. But how to dig deeper without drawing attention? I felt like I was already under watch. That night, I returned to the stand once more. The fog had thickened, swallowing the edges of the street. I set up a small camera on a lamppost, angled toward the queue. If I could catch footage of the disappearances, maybe I could force the truth out. I stood back, heart hammering as the line moved forward. People stepped up, entered cabs, and vanished again. The camera's red recording light blinked steadily. Then, a familiar figure appeared in the mist. The man from the first night. His eyes met mine briefly, and this time, he spoke. You're digging too deep, he said, voice low. They don't like being watched. A chill ran down my spine. Who? Who are you talking about? He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped into a cab, the door closing behind him with a decisive click. I stared after the cab as it disappeared into the fog. The message on my phone buzzed again. Another text from the unknown number, leave now. But I couldn't. Not when the pieces were falling into place and the shadows were closing in. I was running out of time, and I was nowhere near ready to stop. The fog clung like a wet blanket, thick and unforgiving, as I pulled my jacket tighter and stared down at the small camera perched on the lamppost. I'd spent the last hour replaying the footage on my phone, zooming in on every face, every movement. The queue shuffled forward as usual, people chatting nervously, the occasional cough, the scrape of shoes on cracked pavement. Then the vanishings, passengers stepping into taxis that should have taken them somewhere, but instead erased them. I tried to shake off the unease, but it was like a weight pressing down on my chest, tight and unrelenting. A sudden vibration in my pocket pulled me from the spiral of thoughts. Another message from the unknown number. I hesitated before unlocking the screen. Stop now. You'll regret it. I swallowed hard, vision blurring for a moment. Regret was already a distant luxury. I couldn't stop, not after what I'd seen. Not after the man's warning, or the people who had disappeared without a trace. I glanced back up at the street. The line hadn't moved much. The fog thickened, swallowing the edge of the road, and with it, the sense that I was still in control. I was too deep. Too tangled. I stepped down from the curb and started walking toward the nearest cafe, its neon sign buzzing faintly in the damp air. I needed a break, a moment to catch my breath and sort through the mess in my head. The door chimed as I entered, and the scent of stale coffee and burnt sugar hit me immediately. The place was nearly empty, save for a couple of late-night workers and an old man hunched over his paper. I slid into a booth near the window, the glass cold against my fingertips. My phone vibrated again. This time, a new message. No words. Just a photo. I looked closely. It was the inside of a taxi, the same model that picked up the vanished passengers. But this picture was different. The driver's face was clear. Sharp eyes, a thin smile that didn't reach them. He looked directly at the camera, as if aware of being watched. A shiver crawled up my spine. Why send this now? Was it a threat? A clue? I didn't know, but my gut twisted into knots. The cafe door opened behind me, and I turned just as a voice said, "You're harder to shake than I expected." I froze. The man from the stand stepped inside, shedding his damp coat as he approached. His eyes held a new intensity, a cold edge that hadn't been there before. "Why are you here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shrugged, sliding into the seat across from me. "Because you don't understand what's really happening. And you're about to lose your chance to walk away." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "I'm not leaving. Not until you vanish too." His smile was grim. "They've got their eyes on you now." A low hum of anxiety settled in my stomach. "Who are they? What do they want?" He leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. "Not what, who. It's not some ghost story or magic trick. It's people powerful, organized, and meticulous. They run the taxis, the records, the entire system. And if you get too close, you disappear. Just like the others." I tried to process that. No supernatural forces, but a human network capable of erasing people from all official channels. The thought made my skin crawl. How many could be involved? How deep did it go? And the man in the cab earlier? "You?" He nodded. "I warned you because I'm in this too. But you've crossed a line. You can't just watch anymore. You're marked." The noise of the cafe seemed to fade, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. I thought about turning and running out, but the fog outside was denser now, as if it had sealed off the streets from the rest of the city. Escape wasn't an option. "We need to talk," he said, sliding a folded piece of paper across the table. "Meet me tomorrow night, same place. Come alone." I looked down at the paper. An address, a time, and a name I hadn't seen before. "Why should I trust you?" I asked, fingers trembling. He gave a half smile. "You don't have to. But if you want answers, real ones, you'll be there." Before I could say more, he stood, coat in hand, and headed for the door. I watched him disappear into the mist, a knot tightening in my chest. The cafe's warmth felt suddenly hollow. I stared out the window, watching the fog swallow the street again. The line at the taxi stand had vanished from view, as if it never existed. I tasted cold coffee at the back of my throat, bitter and sharp. I was in deeper than I'd ever planned. No turning back. And tomorrow night, I'd find out just how far the darkness spread. The hours dragged on, each tick of the clock echoing louder in the empty room. My thoughts swirled faces, names, fragments of conversations that didn't add up until now. The city outside was silent, the usual hum replaced by an eerie stillness that pressed against the windows. I knew that once the sun dipped behind the skyline, the real search would begin. Every shadow held a secret, every alley a possible clue. I lit a cigarette, the smoke curling upward like the questions burning in my mind. What had I stumbled into? And more importantly, was I ready to see the truth? The door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside, silhouette outlined by the dim hallway light. "You're digging too deep," a gravelly voice warned. I didn't turn around. "Maybe," I said, "but some truths don't stay buried." The visitor shifted uncomfortably, then dropped a folded envelope on the desk. "This is all I can give you. After that, you're on your own." I unfolded the paper, eyes scanning the scrawled notes and faded photographs. Names I recognized, and some I didn't link together in ways I couldn't yet grasp. Outside, the first siren blared in the distance, a reminder that the night had only just begun. The envelope lay open on the desk in front of me, its edges curled like old leaves, ink faded but still legible. The room felt colder, as if the night outside had crept in through the cracked window. The visitor's warning echoed in my mind, low and rough. "You're digging too deep." I chewed on the words, the taste bitter at the back of my throat. Maybe he was right. Maybe the truth was a dark thing better left buried. But when had I ever been good at walking away? I lit another cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating the peeling wallpaper and the faded calendar stuck on March, years ago. The smoke curled, slow and deliberate, filling the silence with a familiar comfort. Outside, the city's usual symphony was muted, replaced by an unsettling quiet. No cars, no distant chatter, just the occasional drip of water somewhere in the darkness. I stuffed the papers into my coat pocket and stepped into the hallway, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. The visitor was gone. I knew I had to keep moving, keep pushing. The taxi stand wasn't just a place where people vanished. It was a stage, and someone was directing the show from the shadows. I slipped out into the night, the chill biting through my thin jacket. The street lamp outside flickered, casting jerky shadows that danced across the cracked pavement. I walked toward the stand, heart tapping in nervous rhythm. Something was different tonight, the air heavier, the silence thicker. The queue was there, as always, a line of faces waiting for a ride home. But tonight, I noticed something new. The first man in line, a tall figure with a worn leather jacket, kept glancing over his shoulder, eyes darting like he was expecting something. His fingers tapped nervously against his thigh, a staccato beat that matched the tightening in my chest. I edged closer, pretending to check my phone, but my eyes stayed locked on him. The cab pulled up, headlights slicing through the darkness, and the man stepped forward. The driver nodded, door opened, and the man disappeared inside. I waited, breath shallow. 10 seconds. 30. A minute passed. The cab drove off, swallowed by the night. I pulled out my phone, fingers trembling slightly. The man's name wasn't in the system. Not in any database I had access to. No ID, no records. It was as if he had never existed, just like the others. The hairs on my neck prickled. I looked around. The street was deserted, save for the flickering lamp and a solitary cat slinking through the shadows. I felt a sudden weight pressing down, like invisible eyes watching me, judging me. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I couldn't. I had to know. Minutes later, a soft buzz came from my pocket. A message. No number. No name. Just a single line. Stop or join them. My breath hitched. I shoved the phone away, heart thundering. Who was watching me? How had they found me? The room, the taxi stand, the disappearances, they all pointed to something larger, something I hadn't understood until now. I turned to leave, but the street was no longer empty. Figures emerged from the dark, their faces obscured by caps and scarves, moving with a quiet, deliberate purpose. Panic clawed at my throat, but my legs stayed rooted. One step forward, voice low and calm. You shouldn't be here. I swallowed hard, voice barely a whisper. I'm just trying to understand. He tilted his head, eyes sharp but unreadable. Understanding comes at a price. You've seen too much. The others closed in, shadows folding over me like a suffocating blanket. My hands shook, palms slick with sweat. The air smelled of damp concrete and something metallic. Fear, maybe. I thought about running, but where? Into the dark arms of whoever was behind this? No. I had to face it. If I disappeared, if I became another name erased from time, would anyone even notice? Would my story vanish like the rest? The leader's gaze bore into me. Last chance. Walk away. I looked past him, at the empty street stretching into the night. Somewhere out there, the next taxi was waiting. The next victim, waiting to be swallowed whole. And me, standing here, caught between fear and obsession. I took a slow breath, the cold air filling my lungs, steadying my racing heart. I'm not walking away. A flicker of something, respect. Amusement passed over his face. Then the group melted back into the shadows, leaving me alone under the flickering street lamp. Silence settled again. Complete silence. But now I knew. The force stealing those people wasn't something supernatural. It was human. Calculated. Ruthless. And it was watching me. I pulled my coat tighter, the envelope in my pocket burning like a brand. This wasn't just about missing passengers anymore. It was a fight for my very existence. The night stretched on, endless and dark. And I was still standing at the edge of that abyss, wondering how much longer I could survive the descent. A shadow shifted beyond the lamplight, sharp and deliberate. Heart pounding, I took a cautious step back, fingers curling around the envelope like a lifeline. Every instinct screamed to run, but the truth was out now. Turning away meant surrender. The game had only just begun. The figure moved closer, the darkness peeling away just enough to reveal a pair of cold, unreadable eyes. You shouldn't have come here, a voice rasped, low and threatening. I swallowed hard, gripping the envelope tighter, the paper crumpling beneath my trembling fingers. Who are you? I demanded, trying to inject some steel into my voice. But the words felt hollow, swallowed by the oppressive silence thickening around us. A slow, mirthless smile curved the stranger's lips. Someone who knows what you're running from. And someone who won't let you hide anymore. My heart hammered as that smile vanished, replaced by a mask of ruthless intent. I realized then that this wasn't just a chase. It was a reckoning. And I was right in the crosshairs. The cold pressed in from every side. I didn't move. The night air tasted metallic, like iron and sweat, and I could hear the distant hum of a streetlight struggling to stay alive. A dog barked somewhere down the alley, sharp and sudden, slicing through the heavy silence like a warning. The stranger's eyes didn't waver, but there was something behind them, something I couldn't read. I tried to summon some courage, some kind of leverage. If you know what's happening to them, to the people who disappear, then tell me. My voice came out rough, cracked. I swallowed, trying to clear the dryness in my throat. Why erase them? Who benefits from this? The smile returned, slow and bitter, as if tasting something unpleasant. It's not about benefit. It's about control. About making sure the story never gets told. The words felt rehearsed, like part of a script I wasn't meant to hear. You saw the records vanish. You felt the emptiness in the line. But you don't understand what it takes to keep that emptiness. A shiver traveled down my spine, not just from the cold, I thought of all the faces I'd seen disappear, the mother clutching a worn-out shopping bag, the young man with the paint-splattered jacket, the old woman humming softly to herself. Their absence wasn't an accident or a glitch in the system. It was deliberate. "I'm not running anymore," I said, voice steadier this time. "If you want to stop me, you'll have to try harder." The stranger's gaze sharpened, and for a moment I thought they might step forward, closer, but instead, they just nodded once and melted back into the shadows. The streetlight flickered violently and then steadied, leaving me alone with the envelope and 1,000 questions. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. The envelope lay on the kitchen table, its weight heavier than I expected. I opened it again, fingers trembling. Inside were a handful of faded photographs and a folded piece of paper, yellowed and fragile. The handwriting was tight and hurried. "They don't exist here anymore." That was all it said. No signature, no explanation, just those 5 words scrawled across the page like a warning. The photographs were worse. Faces blurred, edges distorted, as if someone had tried to erase them with a ragged eraser. Each picture showed a different person, some from the taxi line, some I didn't recognize. But the one constant was the background, the same cracked pavement, the same flickering streetlight. I traced the lines on the paper, feeling an ache in my chest. What had I gotten myself into? The next day dragged, slow and relentless. I kept checking my phone, trying to find any trace of the missing people, a social media post, a news article, a mention in the police blotter, but nothing. It was as if they'd been wiped clean from the world. I went back to the taxi stand that evening, hoping for some clue, some crack in the facade. The line was shorter this time, just a handful of people waiting. The air smelled of rain and exhaust fumes, a mix that always made me feel like the city was holding its breath. I stood near the edge of the sidewalk, watching. The queue shuffled forward, the murmur of voices low and steady. When the first passenger stepped into a cab, I saw the driver glance back at me, a flicker of recognition, maybe even fear. "Why are you still here?" he asked, voice rough but not unkind. I hesitated. I need to know what's happening to them. He looked away, eyes narrowing. Some things are better left alone. The cab pulled away, headlights cutting through the dusk. The passenger was gone, just like always. The driver's warning settled in my bones. But I couldn't stop. Not now. That night, I followed a cab from the stand, a slow, careful tale through winding streets, every turn a calculated risk. The city felt different after dark, shadows stretching longer, sounds more alive. I kept my distance, slipping into alleys and crossing streets to avoid detection. The cab finally stopped outside a building with shuttered windows and a rusted metal door. The driver got out, glancing around before disappearing inside. The passenger never moved, still seated and silent. I watched, breath shallow, heart pounding in the quiet. Minutes passed like hours. Then, without warning, the cab's engine roared to life, and the passenger was gone. I didn't wait. I slipped closer to the building, hand pressed against the cold bricks. The faint scent of mildew and dust filled the air, cold and heavy with silence. I found a small window, cracked open just enough to slip my fingers inside. Inside was a room, dimly lit, filled with rows of filing cabinets and stacks of paper. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and something else, something faintly chemical, like bleach or disinfectant. And then I understood. This wasn't some supernatural erasure. It was human, bureaucratic and brutal. A system designed to make people disappear without a trace. Files shredded, records altered, lives erased with the cold efficiency of a machine. I sat on the cracked floor, stomach twisting. The horror wasn't in ghosts or monsters. It was in the quiet, relentless machinery of erasure, people reduced to nothing more than a line in a ledger, then wiped clean. I left the building before dawn, the city still asleep, unaware of the secret it carried beneath its feet. I knew I'd have to tell someone. Or maybe I'd end up erased too, just another ghost in the system. But there was something different in me now. A weight, yes, but also a fierce, stubborn need to remember, to make sure those lost weren't forgotten. I went home and sat by the window, watching the first light touch the skyline. The taxi stand was empty now, silent and waiting. And I was still here. Still fighting. Still watching. Story 4, Silent Walls, Psychological Noise Warfare. I never imagined that a simple noise complaint would set anything off. I lived in a beige apartment complex built sometime in the late 70s, with thin walls that had probably seen better days. The plaster was rough and cracked in places, and the vents rattled when the heat kicked on. The kind of place where you learn to ignore the little annoyances, noises, smells, the occasional door slam. I had a routine: wake up, make coffee, open a window if the weather was right, then head out to work. Quiet evenings mostly, reading or watching something on my laptop. The trouble started a few weeks ago. It was a Friday night, unusually warm for early spring. I was trying to wind down after a long week of endless meetings and emails that never quite ended. The apartment next door, number 2B, was hosting a party. Loud enough that the bass shook the walls, muffled laughter and voices spilling into my living room. I checked the clock. Almost midnight. I stared at the wall, feeling the vibrations tickle my ribs. The music thumped again, relentless, and then what was that? A sharp, deliberate knock. Not on my door, but on the wall, like someone was tapping a rhythm. I tapped back, half jokingly, hoping to signal that the noise was a little much. Nothing. The music kept pounding. By 1 in the morning, I was too restless to stay. I scribbled a quick note to the building manager the next morning about the noise. I hoped it would be a one-off thing. Maybe a few words from the landlord and we'd all move on. But the next night, things slipped into something stranger. The music was gone. No thumping bass or laughter. Instead, I heard something else. Whispering. Soft, muffled. Like a secret conversation hiding just beyond the thin plaster separating our apartments. The voices weren't loud enough to make out exact words at first, but they buzzed just beneath my hearing, persistent and unnerving. The kind of sound that curls in the back of your mind and refuses to let go. I sat on the edge of the couch, the cheap fabric rough under my fingers, trying to pinpoint it. The whispers came and went with no clear pattern. At times, they seemed to circle me, bouncing off the walls, then retreating. At others, they were steady, like a low hum. I turned up the volume on my TV, but it only made the whispers seem sharper, cutting through the noise. I told myself it was nothing. The building was old. Thin walls meant neighbors could hear each other. Maybe someone was on the phone, talking in hushed tones late into the night. Normal stuff. It didn't feel normal though. Then, the sound started to change. One night, I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom when I heard a breathy laugh just beyond the wall. Not a laugh that comes from joy, but something tight, controlled, almost cruel. I froze, toothpaste foam drying on my lips. The hairs on my neck prickled as the sound faded into silence. I thought about calling out but didn't want to seem paranoid. When I looked back in the mirror, my reflection seemed duller, eyes a little whiter than usual. The next evening, I caught a faint tapping again. But this time, it wasn't random. It was deliberate, almost like Morse code. I pressed my palm flat against the wall, listening. The taps came in a slow, steady rhythm. I tried to translate it, but it made no sense. The more I listened, the more I felt as if someone was watching, waiting for a reaction. The air in the room grew colder, stale. I opened the window, hoping to let in fresh air, but the whispers followed, slipping through the cracks around the frame. I started sleeping with the bedroom door closed tight, the walls pressed close like a cage. Still, the whispers seeped in through the cracks beneath, a quiet invasion that made my skin crawl. I told myself I was imagining things again, that maybe stress was getting the better of me. But there was a scent too, something faint, like burnt plastic mixed with damp earth, that I couldn't place. It clung to the corners of the room, settling into the fabric of the curtains and the worn upholstery of the armchair. One morning, I woke up to find a note slipped under my door. Just a scrap of lined paper with the words "We hear you" scrawled in jagged letters. My hands trembled when I picked it up. I didn't know whether to laugh or panic. I wasn't sure if it was a joke or a threat. I didn't show the note to anyone. Who would believe me? That my neighbors had turned my quiet apartment into a prison of sound and silence, a place where walls listened and whispered back. I kept it folded in my pocket for days, the paper rough and crinkled against my skin. The building manager said there had been no other complaints. That 2BS tenant was out of town. I don't know if he was lying or just didn't want the hassle. I started to keep my windows closed, lights dimmed, trying to make the apartment a fortress. But the whispers didn't stop. They multiplied. Sometimes, I caught fragments of conversations, words that made no sense or names I didn't recognize. Other times, just laughter. Cold. Watching. Waiting. I began to dread the silence, because it left space for the whispers to grow louder in my mind. I tried distraction, music, podcasts, running errands. But they followed me, those muffled voices echoing through the walls, through the thin plaster that separated my world from theirs. At night, I lay awake listening, counting the seconds between taps, tracing the patterns, wondering if they were trying to tell me something or simply to remind me I was never alone. I don't know when the fear started. Maybe when the apartment stopped feeling like home and became a trap. Maybe when I realized that no one was coming to help, and the walls themselves had turned against me. It's a strange thing, being watched by silence and sound all at once. And now, here I am, sitting in the dark, the faint glow of my bedside lamp casting shadows against the walls. The whispers have started again. Closer this time. Clearer. They're waiting. And so am I. The whispers didn't stop that night. Morning came too quickly. I woke with a dry mouth and a thick fog in my mind, the lingering echoes of last night's murmurs pressing against my temples. I sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing my hands over my face, trying to shake the exhaustion that settled deep inside. I glanced at my phone. 6 a.m. too early to call anyone, too late to fall back asleep. I decided to take stock, to do what I could to make sense of the madness. First stop, the walls. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and started tapping along the plaster, trying to pinpoint the spots where the whispering felt strongest. The thin walls weren't just thin, they were paper thin. Every sound, every breath from the neighbors was nearly audible if you paid close enough attention. I moved slowly, flashlight beam jittering against the cracked paint, the rough texture of the plaster uneven beneath my fingertips. The kitchen wall, the one that separated me from the apartment next door, throbbed with faint, irregular noises. Taps. Shuffles. Sometimes a soft sigh, barely above a whisper, but unmistakably there. I leaned in closer, pressing my ear to the cold surface. The air smelled stale, a mix of old smoke and something sour I couldn't place. It made me wrinkle my nose. Then, suddenly, I heard it again, a low murmur, too soft to make out words but definitely human. I pulled back, heart quickening. I'm not crazy. That much I was certain of. I needed evidence. Something concrete. A way to prove to myself, and maybe to others, that these sounds weren't figments of a tired mind. After breakfast, I went online and ordered a small voice recorder, one of those discreet digital devices that could fit in a pocket. It was a desperate move, but I needed to capture what I was hearing, to understand the pattern. I set it up near the kitchen wall, taped it down with masking tape I found in a neglected drawer, and left it running. The next few hours passed in an oppressive silence that felt almost unnatural. The city noise filtered in faintly through the window, a distant siren, a dog barking, the rumble of passing traffic. But the whispers stayed hidden. I checked the recorder obsessively, rewinding and playing back, straining to catch anything out of place. By late afternoon, I was losing hope. The day stretched long and empty, my nerves frayed by the waiting. Then, as the sun dipped low and the shadows in the room deepened, the recorder picked up something. A barely audible exchange. Two voices, hushed and cautious. One voice was male, the other female. They spoke in short fragments, almost like code. "Heard again," a woman said. "Quiet." "They're listening," the man whispered back. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. It wasn't my imagination. They were talking about me. I played the clip over and over, each time catching more nuanced snippets of laughter, a faint tapping rhythm, a deliberate silence that seemed designed to unsettle. I didn't want to believe my neighbors had gone this far, but the evidence was undeniable. Someone was deliberately invading my space, turning my home into a stage for their cruel game. I thought about calling the landlord, but every time I imagined that conversation, a tight knot formed in my stomach. What if they were involved? What if this was more widespread than I feared? I wasn't sure I could trust anyone. Later that evening, I tried to distract myself by stepping outside for a walk. The air was cool and damp from an earlier rain, the scent of wet asphalt and fallen leaves thick in the air, cold and heavy with silence. The street was quiet, the usual clatter of late-night city life muted. I could almost convince myself that things might get better. But then, as I rounded the corner back to the building, I caught sight of a shadow slipping behind the frosted glass of the lobby door. I stopped, heart hammering. The door didn't open. The shadow didn't move. It was just there, watching. I told myself it was a trick of the light, my imagination running wild. But the unease settled deeper, a cold weight pressing down on my chest. Back inside, I found the recorder had captured more that night. Footsteps pacing just beyond the wall, the scrape of a chair, whispered laughter so faint I almost missed it. I started to keep a notebook, jotting down times and sounds, hoping to find a pattern. It was a small, battered notebook with a cracked spine I'd picked up at a thrift store years ago. The pages smelled faintly of dust and old paper, grounding me somehow in a reality I could cling to. I wrote one entry that night. They're always there. Watching. Waiting. I don't know what they want, but it's not just noise anymore. It's a message. Maybe a warning. Maybe a threat. Sleep was a rare visitor now. When it came, it was uneasy, haunted by the faintest scratch or whisper that pulled me back into wakefulness. During the day, I found myself jumping at small noises, the creak of the radiator, the distant slam of a door in a building 2 blocks away. My hands trembled when the phone rang, and I dreaded every knock or ring at the door. I reached out to a neighbor on my floor, a woman named Claire who worked nights at the hospital. I'd seen her a few times, always polite but distant. I figured if anyone knew what was going on, it would be her. Her door was ajar when I knocked, and she looked tired, cheeks flushed from a long shift. She invited me in without hesitation, then paused when I mentioned the noises. "I've heard some strange things, yeah," she said quietly. "But it's nothing new around here." This building has always had its quirks. Thin walls, weird neighbors. You'd think people would keep to themselves. But the whispers, I pressed. They're deliberate. Like they're trying to get to me. She shook her head, eyes wary. I don't know about that. But sometimes, people do strange things when they're bored or lonely. Or worse, when they want to mess with someone. It's not personal. Or maybe it is. You never can tell. Her words did little to comfort me. Later, I found myself staring at the wall again in my apartment, the soft glow of the street lamp bleeding through the curtains. The silence was heavy, almost unbearable. Then, faintly, a new sound, a slow, deliberate tapping, like a Morse code. Tap. Pause. Tap tap. Pause. I traced the rhythm, heart pounding. I had no idea what it meant, but I knew the game was only just beginning. And I was already losing. Tap. I sat up, the cold edge of the wooden floor biting into my bare feet when I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The street lamp's orange glow crept across the floorboards, casting long shadows that seemed to lean in, closer than they should. The tap-tap code had stopped, replaced by a low hum, the kind you hear when silence itself is too loud. The air tasted stale, a mixture of old cigarettes and damp concrete that made me want to gag. I rubbed my face with my hands, fingers trembling. The memory of my conversation with Marla lingered, her eyes sharp, almost resigned when she said people do strange things when bored or lonely. Or worse. I swallowed hard, knowing boredom alone wouldn't explain this. This was something else. Something intentional. My phone buzzed on the nightstand, the screen lighting up with a message from my landlord. I hesitated before opening it. Received your noise complaint. I've spoken with the neighbors. They deny any disturbances. Please try to be patient. I stopped mid-sentence. Patience. Like that was an option. I wanted to reply, to demand more, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I slid the phone face down and stared out the window. Across the courtyard, the apartment windows were dark, like empty eyes watching me, silent but alert. I tried to remember the last time I'd felt safe here. It was a vague recollection, like a half-remembered dream. Before the noises started. Before the whispers flooded in. Before I realized how thin the walls really were and how close the neighbors always were, listening. The next morning, the city woke up with its usual clatter, cars honking, distant sirens, a dog barking somewhere down the street. But inside my apartment, the silence was brittle, stretched tight like a drum skin. I paced from the kitchen to the living room, each step sounding louder than it should. I poured a cup of coffee, but the bitterness was drowned out by a metallic tang on my tongue, the taste of anxiety. I caught myself staring at the wall again, the same one I'd been fixated on the night before, trying to decipher the tapping. I pressed my ear against it, the rough plaster cold against my cheek. The muffled whispers returned, softer now, but unmistakably human. They weren't speaking at once but in fragments, sentences broken and incomplete. You can't hide. Heard everything. Why bother now? The hairs on my neck prickled. I pulled back, heart hammering. They knew I was listening. They knew I was scared. And they were playing me. I forced myself to leave the apartment. The hallway was dim and smelled faintly of mildew and old varnish. I walked toward the stairs, but the creak of the floorboards under my boots felt too loud, like announcing my every move. Downstairs, the lobby was empty except for the mailboxes, some with peeling labels, others jammed shut. I pressed my ear to the wall again. Nothing. No whispers, no tapping. Just the distant hum of the city beyond the building. For a moment, Relief washed over me. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I was losing it. But then the door to apartment 2B opened a crack. A sliver of shadow slipped out. I froze. A voice, low and casual, floated through the gap. You should stop complaining. It's better for everyone. The door snapped shut. Better for everyone. Except me. I didn't know who lived in 2B, but the tone was unmistakable. A warning. Not a threat I could ignore. Back in my apartment, I found my hands trembling as I locked the door behind me. I felt exposed, vulnerable in a way I hadn't before. The walls no longer just trapped sound, they trapped me. The days blurred. Each morning I woke to the same muffled chorus. The whispers grew clearer, more direct, almost conversational. Why don't you just move? There's nowhere to go. We're always watching. I wanted to scream, to bang on the walls until they stopped. But I was terrified of what that might unleash. I tried calling the police, but without concrete proof, they dismissed it as noise complaints from neighbors who didn't want to get involved. The landlord dodged my calls, saying he'd done all he could. I was trapped in a building where the walls whispered, where every sound was magnified and twisted, where neighbors who should have been strangers felt like jailers. One afternoon, as I sat on the threadbare couch, the tapping started again, slow, deliberate. I counted it out loud. Tap. Pause. Tap, tap. I shook my head. What if it was code? A message I couldn't understand yet? And what if it wasn't just random harassment? What if they wanted me to know something? The thought was maddening. I leaned closer to the wall, straining to listen. And then, clear as day, a voice whispered right next to my ear, though no one was there. Why are you still here? I jolted back, knocking over my coffee mug, the bitter liquid spilling onto the carpet. My breath came fast and shallow. The impossible closeness of the voice made my skin crawl. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I had to believe that. But deep down, I knew. This wasn't going to stop. Not until I was broken. And the worst part? I couldn't leave. Not really. The lease was locked in for another year. Breaking it would mean a financial hit I couldn't afford. My job was here. My life, tangled and complicated, was here. The building had become a cage, and I was the only prisoner. That night, as I lay back down, the whispers started again. But this time, something was different. They weren't just words. They were promises. Promises of watching, of waiting, of never letting me forget. I closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come, because I realized something chilling. This wasn't just noise. It was a broadcast, and I was the only channel tuned in. The point of no return wasn't when I filed the complaint. It was when I realized I was already caught. Trapped in a surveillance nightmare crafted by people who never stopped listening. Who never stopped waiting. Who had all the time in the world to watch me unravel. And now, there was no escape. The night stretched on, thin and brittle, like the fragile skin of a dried leaf ready to crack. I sat up, knees drawn to my chest, staring at the ceiling that seemed to pulse with every breath I took. The room smelled stale, a mix of old carpet and something faintly sour, like forgotten sweat. I rubbed my hands over my face, the roughness of my stubble prickling like sandpaper. I wanted to scream, but the house was too thin, the walls too thin. If I made a sound, they would hear. They always heard. I thought about the complaint I'd filed just days ago. A simple noise complaint. That was the thread that pulled this whole nightmare loose. I'd expected a quiet resolution or at least some peace. Instead, I got this, a relentless, insidious siege on my senses. It wasn't just noise anymore. It was strategy. A psychological trap. Around 3 a.m., the whispers grew louder, more urgent. I could almost catch fragments now, words like alone, watching, waiting. Sometimes a laugh, low and dry. Other times, the unmistakable scrape of a chair being moved in a room adjacent to mine. I pressed my ear against the wall, my skin cold and clammy. The plaster was rough beneath my ear, and I could feel the faint vibration of their voices. I shivered. I wanted to believe it was just some prank, some twisted joke from the neighbors, but the precision suggested coordination. They knew I was awake, knew I was vulnerable. I could smell it then, something metallic, like copper or old pennies, faint but unmistakable. It made my stomach twist. I realized it was sweat, my own, mingling with the stale air. I tried to outweed them. I turned the volume on my TV up, hoping it would drown out the whispers. Instead, the noise seemed to bounce back at me, warped and layered with their voices underneath. Like static hiding a message. I shut it off. Silence. Complete silence. Then, the whispers returned, clearer than ever. I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched. Not just from the walls, but from every shadow in the room. I stood, pacing, my bare feet cold against the faded carpet. The floor creaked, a dull thud echoing through the hallway. I imagined faces pressed against windows, ears glued to vents. The thought made my skin crawl. The next day, I forced myself out of the apartment. I needed air, a break from the oppressive atmosphere that had settled like a fog inside my skull. At the corner cafe, I ordered a black coffee and sat by the window, fingers wrapped tightly around the warm ceramic cup. The bitterness bit back, grounding me for a few moments. But even with the street noise and clatter of cups, I could feel the weight of the building waiting for me. I overheard a conversation between two women at the next table. The words floated to me, the guy upstairs, always complaining, makes you wonder. I turned to look, but their faces were unreadable, guarded. Was that me? The guy who'd upset the delicate balance. I wanted to ask if they knew anything, but the words stuck in my throat. Back inside the apartment, the whispers started again, earlier this time. I tried to distract myself with work emails, spreadsheets, but my fingers trembled on the keyboard. Every sentence felt like a lie. Every task, a way to delay the inevitable unraveling. I stared at the blinking cursor, willing the words to come, but all I heard was their breath, muffled but persistent. I remembered the landlord's vague warning when I moved in. This place has its quirks. Thin walls, thin patience. I never understood what he meant until now. The quirks were less structural and more psychological. The building itself was a tool, a vessel for their cruelty. That evening, I decided to confront the situation head on. If these voices wanted me to listen, I would listen back. I pressed my ear to the wall, steadying my breath, and whispered, "Who's there?" My voice sounded foreign, fragile. No reply. Only the faint rustle of movement. I whispered again, louder this time, "Why are you doing this?" A pause. Then a breath. Then a voice, low and slow, "Because you started it." I froze. The voice was unmistakably human, dripping with something I couldn't place. Mockery? Satisfaction? I pressed my forehead harder into the wall, trying to catch more. Started what? There was a soft chuckle, then silence. I pulled away, heart hammering, sweat prickling in my temples. The room felt smaller, suffocating. I realized I was shaking, hands, legs, everything. I wanted to run, to scream, but the walls held me tight. Days bled into nights, and the torment grew. The whispers evolved into conversations, sometimes arguments. I caught fragments about me, my habits, my comings and goings. They knew when I showered, when I left for work, even when I was on the phone. It was invasive beyond reason, a violation of the most basic privacy. I tried to speak to the neighbors directly. The woman in 3B was polite but distant, eyes flickering away whenever I asked about the noises. The man in 2C smiled too widely, his gaze too sharp. "You're imagining things," he said once. But his smile didn't reach his eyes. One night, my apartment door clicked softly, just a faint sound, but enough to send my blood racing. I checked the lock twice. Everything was secure. No one should have been able to open it. The whispering stopped abruptly. Silence filled the space like thick oil. I sat in the dark, breath shallow, listening for the slightest hint of movement. Then, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of footsteps in the hall, slow, deliberate. Not hurried, but too precise to be random. My mind reeled. Were they testing me? Taunting me? I wanted to believe I was overreacting, but the cold knot in my stomach said otherwise. I grabbed my phone, fingers fumbling. No signal. The building's ancient wiring must have blocked it. No calls. No texts. No help. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, eyes darting around the room, ears straining. Every sound was amplified, the creak of the radiator, the distant hum of traffic, the soft murmur of voices beyond the walls. And then, the whispering started again. But this time, it was different. It wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from inside my own head. "Remember," they said. "You're ours now." I slammed my hands against my temples, trying to shake the words loose, but they clung like poison. The ceiling warped and twisted in my vision. The room felt like it was closing in. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I was losing myself. Completely. And there was no one to stop it. The silence that settled after the noise complaint felt like a fragile truce, so fragile that I was almost afraid to breathe. I still remember the first night it happened. No muffled whispers. No faint scraping or that low, constant hum of voices just beyond the walls. Just silence. Complete silence. It was as if the whole building held its breath. Even the usual creaks and groans of an old apartment building seemed to have vanished. But silence, I soon realized, was just a pause before the next act. It wasn't the loud, glaring noises that had drawn me to file the complaint. It was the whispers, the insidious, half-heard murmurs that crawled through the thin plaster like smoke through cracks. At first, I thought I was imagining it. Maybe my mind playing tricks on me after weeks of exhaustion. But as days passed, the whispers didn't go away. They shifted, became clearer, more deliberate. I remember sitting on the worn-out couch, the fabric rough against my palms, the faint smell of stale coffee lingering in the air. My hands trembled as I held my phone, debating whether to call the landlord again or just lock myself in the bedroom and pretend the walls weren't listening. I could hear them then, the soft voices, barely louder than a breath, weaving patterns of words I couldn't quite catch. They felt too close, too intimate, like someone was standing just behind the wall, watching me. I know how that sounds. Paranoia, right? But I've never been the type to imagine things. Not until this place. Not until those nights where every sound became a threat. The neighbors didn't just stop the noise. They started a different kind of game, one I didn't agree to play. The whispers were only the beginning. Soon, there were footsteps pacing outside my door at odd hours. The faint tap of fingernails on the wall. Once, I even heard my name whispered so clearly it sent a shiver down my spine. "Are you listening?" the voice seemed to ask, mocking me. I tried to tell myself it was just coincidence or maybe someone else in the building with their own problems. But the timeline was too precise. The moment I filed that complaint, the atmosphere shifted. The walls became thinner and the voices closer. I couldn't sleep. Nights stretched endlessly, the darkness amplified every sound. The hum of the heater, the distant bark of a dog, the creak of aged wood all turned into an orchestra of subtle threats. I started leaving lights on, not because I needed them, but because the shadows seemed to lean in, thick and hungry. The flickering hallway light outside my door became a cruel reminder that I was trapped inside a cage fashioned from plaster and paint. One evening, I found myself standing at the window, staring out at the dim streetlights and the silhouettes of other apartments. The smell of wet asphalt after rain mixed with the faint scent of cooking from the old diner 2 blocks down. I wanted to scream. Wanted to shout at the faceless neighbors who had turned my sanctuary into a prison. But my voice caught in the tight lump forming in my throat. I thought about moving. I really did. But where? Every place had walls. Every place had neighbors. People who could listen. People who could watch. Instead, I started fighting back in the only way I knew how. I began to record. Not the voices, too faint, too indistinct, but the moments when the sounds became unbearable. I set my phone on the kitchen counter, hoping to catch the cadence of whispers or the rhythm of footsteps. Sometimes I played loud music, not to drown them out but to challenge them, to say, "I'm here. I'm not afraid." One night, I even left a note taped to my door, an honest, trembling plea, "Please stop. I just want peace." The next morning, the note was gone. That was when I realized this wasn't just about noise or complaints. It was about power. Control. These neighbors, whoever they were, had decided to make me their project. Their audience. Their captive. But I refused to be silent. I started talking back to the walls. Whispering my own words, loud enough to be heard, but soft enough to blend with the night. "I'm not yours," I said one night, voice barely above the hum of the city. "You don't own me." Days turned into weeks. The whispers didn't stop completely, but they changed. Sometimes I thought I caught a note of hesitation, a pause that hadn't been there before. Maybe I was imagining it, or maybe my small rebellion was making a difference. One afternoon, the landlord came by. I wasn't expecting him. He looked tired, his shirt rumpled, eyes like he hadn't slept in days. I told him everything. Not just the noise, but the whispers, the footsteps, the feeling of being watched. He listened. Really listened. "I'll talk to the neighbors," he said, voice low, serious. "This isn't normal." And for a while, things got better. The whispers faded to silence again. The footsteps stopped. I started sleeping through the night, the city sounds no longer a menace but just the usual background noise. But the scars remained. I caught myself listening for sounds in the quiet, flinching at shadows, jumping at the slightest noise. My apartment didn't feel like a home anymore. It was a place where I had survived, not lived. One evening, as I packed boxes to leave the apartment for good, the air thick with the scent of packing tape and dust, I paused. The walls, once so oppressive, now seemed oddly still. The silence wasn't a threat anymore. It was a promise. I thought about how much I had changed. I was quieter, yes, but also stronger. More aware. The experience had carved out a space inside me where fear used to live, but it also made room for something else, resilience. Before I closed the door behind me for the last time, I looked around the empty room. the faded paint peeling at the corners, the small crack in the ceiling, the faint outline where a picture frame had hung, all reminders of the time I'd spent here. The time I'd been watched, tested, and ultimately freed. The hallway outside was quiet. The flickering light overhead hummed softly. I stepped into the cool evening air, the city's pulse steady beneath my feet. I didn't look back. Because sometimes, the only way to win is to walk away. The whispers were gone. So was the fear. And I was finally free. Story 5, Hidden in Plain Sight, Objects Shift Reality. The first morning I noticed something was off. I thought I'd just misplaced my keys. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe I'd left them in the living room. I went searching, calling out softly, "Keys?" "Phone," like I was expecting an answer. The silence was too complete. No jingling keys, no buzzing phone. I checked the couch cushions, the pockets of my jacket draped over the chair, even the little ceramic bowl by the door where I usually tossed everything in a hurry. Empty. That's when I heard it, a faint click, almost like the slow slide of a latch. It came from the wall behind the bookshelf I'd arranged just last month. The one with the slightly uneven rows of books, some leaning more than others. My breath caught. I almost convinced myself it was the heater again, or maybe the pipes settling. Houses do that. Old houses, especially. I knelt down, pressing my ear against the plaster. The wall felt cool, rough under my cheek, the faint smell of old paint and dust rising up. But the sound was gone. I straightened and ran my fingers along the spines of the books, noticing now how one of the shelves was just a tiny bit loose, like it could be moved. I resisted the urge to pull it. Instead, I moved to the bedroom. The morning light filtered through the curtains, casting long shadows across the floorboards, which creaked underfoot. I was still missing my phone and keys. This time, I checked under the bed, behind the dresser, and then the worst place to look, inside the mattress folds. Nothing. I was beginning to wonder if I'd lost my mind. Half an hour later, I was ready to give up and leave the house without my phone and keys, which was idiotic, but the panic was growing. I decided to check the basement. Maybe I had dropped something there the night before. The basement door groaned as I opened it, and the cold air hit me like a wall, damp and smelling faintly of mildew and old earth. I flicked on the light switch. The bulb buzzed, flickered, but stayed on, casting a weak yellow glow over the concrete floor and the exposed wooden beams. I scanned the room, my eyes catching the edges of the furnace, the stack of paint cans, and the old workbench cluttered with tools. Then I spotted it, my phone, sitting on a narrow ledge behind the furnace. How it got there, I had no idea. The spot was barely accessible, a cramped space I'd never reached before. And my keys, lying just under a loose floorboard near the back corner, where the light barely touched. My hands trembled as I picked them up, slick with dust. The keys felt heavier than usual, as if weighted by the weirdness of their location. Who put them there? Why? I told myself it was some absent-minded prank by a neighbor or a friend I hadn't realized had a key to the place. But I didn't have any close neighbors, and I hadn't given anyone a house key. Back upstairs, I double-checked the locks on every door and window. They were all secure, just as I'd left them. The thought that someone might already be inside the house, watching me, made the skin on my arms prickle. I sat down at the kitchen table, trying to steady my breathing. The room smelled faintly of burnt toast and stale coffee remnants from my rushed breakfast. Outside, a dog barked distantly, the sound wavering and echoing between the houses. The heater clicked off, and then on again. Silence. Complete silence. I tried to remember if I'd noticed anything strange before. Small things, maybe. The feeling of being watched while I showered, or the odd creak in the hallway when I was sure no one else was home. I'd always chalked it up to anxiety or too many late nights working. I rubbed my eyes, then glanced at the clock. Nearly 8. I still didn't have a plan for what to do next. Should I call someone? The police? But what would I say? Someone took my keys and phone and hid them in the walls and floorboards? I sounded ridiculous. That afternoon, I told a coworker about the missing keys and phone. She laughed, but there was a flicker of something behind her eyes, concern? Or maybe just disbelief. Maybe you're tired, she said. Stress makes you forget things. I nodded, but I didn't feel tired. Not really. That night, I lay awake, listening to the house breathe around me, the settling of wood, the whisper of wind through the cracked window frame. Then, just as I was drifting off, a soft thump came from upstairs. I froze, ears straining. Nothing else. No footsteps. No voices. I didn't want to turn on the light. I didn't want to walk up the stairs. So I stayed there, heart hammering, waiting for dawn. The next morning, I found my phone sitting on the kitchen windowsill, screen cracked, but still functional. My keys were wrapped around the base of the lamp on my nightstand. Places I would never have left them. The lamp was plugged in, warm to the touch, casting a faint orange glow even though it hadn't been turned on. I stared at them, feeling the edges of panic curl in my chest like smoke. This was no accident. Someone was rearranging my world, marking their presence in ways I couldn't yet understand. There was a knock at the door just then. I jumped, then relaxed. It was the mail carrier, dropping off a package I hadn't expected. But my hand still shook as I closed the door behind her. I sat down again, keys in one hand, phone in the other. The house was too quiet now, too still. The walls seemed to watch. And I knew I wasn't imagining it anymore. Someone was inside. Watching. Waiting. Moving through places I didn't know existed, shifting the furniture, the objects, the very fabric of my home. And I didn't know how long it had been going on. The package sat on the kitchen counter, unopened. I picked up the keys again. The cold metal felt foreign in my palm, as if they belonged to someone else. And the lamp, still warm, still glowing faintly orange even though I hadn't turned it on. It made no sense. My mind kept circling back to that thought, the one I tried to shove down. Someone had to be inside the house. Watching me. Moving things around. I forced myself to sit down at the table. It was close to midnight, but sleep was a distant concept. The package sat there, silent and heavy, daring me to open it. I finally tore the tape off, the paper crinkling loudly in the stillness, and pulled out a small, unmarked box. No note, no return address. Just the box. Inside was a single object, a tiny, worn key. It looked old, the brass dull by age, edges rounded smooth. My fingers traced the ridges absently, heart skipping. What could it open? And why send it now, after everything? Questions swirled, but I had no answers. Not yet. I decided I couldn't just wait. I needed to know more about the house. About those impossible places where my things had appeared. Walls, floorboards, there had to be a pattern, some secret hidden in the structure itself. I pulled out the flashlight from the hall closet and started with the living room, the oldest part of the house. The plaster walls were rough under my fingers, the paint peeling in places. I ran my hands along the baseboards, tapping for hollow spots. My breath caught when I found one, a faint hollow sound behind a section near the fireplace. I knelt down and pressed my palm flat against the wood. Cold. Solid. But the sound was unmistakable. I grabbed a small screwdriver from the kitchen drawer and gently chipped at the edge. Bits of plaster crumbled away, revealing a narrow dark gap behind the wall. I squeezed my arm in, feeling the rough edges scrape my skin. It was a narrow crawl space, maybe a foot deep and just wide enough to slip through. My mind raced, heart pounding louder than the blood in my ears. Someone had to know about this. Someone who had been inside without me. The flashlight beam flickered as I edged further in, the stale, musty smell of forgotten space hitting me like a wall. Boxes of old newspapers, dust-covered books, cobwebs draped like curtains. I swallowed hard. This was no ordinary house. It was a labyrinth. I pulled out my phone to take pictures but froze. The screen was black. Dead. I tapped it frantically, but nothing. My pulse quickened. I put the phone down carefully, heart heavy. No way to call for help. No way to document what I was finding. I crawled back out, my knees scraping against the floor. I needed to tell someone. But who? My sister? She'd think I was losing it. The police? Without proof, it'd be my word against whoever was in this house. Back in the kitchen, the clock ticked past 12:30 a.m., the silence pressing in again. I went to the closet where I kept the old floorboards I'd pried up last weekend for repairs. Running my fingers along their rough edges, I felt a familiar chill. The house was breathing around me, alive with secrets I couldn't yet grasp. Suddenly, I heard a faint creak from upstairs. Slow, deliberate. Someone moving. I froze, breath shallow, eyes wide. The sound stopped as quickly as it came. Silence. Complete silence. I forced myself to climb the stairs, each step groaning beneath my weight. The hallway was dim, bathed in pale moonlight filtering through the curtains. My hands trembled as I checked the doors. All locked. None had been disturbed since I'd last checked. Then I noticed it, the bedroom door. Slightly ajar. I was certain I closed it tight before going to bed. My breath hitched, chest tightening in a slow, simmering panic. I pushed it open. Empty. Nothing out of place. The bed was neatly made, the lamp off, the room still. But on the floor, near the window, was my phone. Face down, screen cracked in a jagged web. I sank down beside it, heart pounding, hand shaking. Someone had been here. In my most private space. Watching. Waiting. I wrapped the tiny key in a napkin and pocketed it. Tomorrow, I'd explore the crawl space more thoroughly. I'd find the places where this person moved unseen. And I'd figure out why. But right now, the house felt colder, darker. It was no longer just a home. It was a trap. The faintest sound caught my attention, a whisper of fabric, a breath in the hall. I wasn't alone. Not by a long shot. I pressed myself against the wall, heart hammering louder with each shallow breath. The shadows shifted just beyond the edge of the dim light, and I caught the faintest glint. Eyes? No, just a reflection, maybe a trick of the peeling wallpaper. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was moving, stalking silently, in the spaces between rooms. The old wooden floor creaked under an invisible weight. Panic clawed at me, but I forced myself to stay still. Any sudden move might give away my position. My fingers curled tighter around the tiny key, as if it were the last anchor to safety I had left. A soft thud echoed from upstairs, a deliberate sound? Or just the house settling? Either way, it was a reminder. I wasn't just dealing with memories or shadows. Someone was here, watching, waiting. And I was running out of time. The silence didn't last. I couldn't stay hidden forever. The house wasn't just a trap anymore. It was a maze with no exit, A web spun tight around me by someone who knew every crack, every secret passage, every hollow inside these walls. I had to move. Quietly, I slid along the hallway, eyes straining in the dim light cast by the dying bulb overhead. The air smelled stale, heavy with dust and the faint, sharp tang of something metallic, maybe rust, maybe forgotten memories left to rot. I tried to ignore the sound of my own breathing, shallow and uneven, like someone trying not to wake a sleeping beast. The staircase creaked again, a deliberate warning. I could almost hear the slow, deliberate footsteps above, pacing like a predator circling its prey. I felt a prickling at the back of my neck and, against every instinct, I looked up. Nothing but shadows. Or so I thought. Then, at the landing, a door I hadn't noticed before. The paint was chipped, peeling in long strips, revealing the gray wood beneath. It stood slightly ajar, just enough to let a sliver of darkness spill into the hallway. My throat tightened. That door wasn't on the floor plan. It couldn't be. Yet there it was. I swallowed again and stepped closer, the floorboards groaning beneath each footfall. I reached out with a trembling hand and pushed the door open wider. Inside was a narrow, twisting staircase leading upward. The air was colder here, the walls slick with dampness. A faint smell of mildew and old paper drifted from above. I hesitated, then took a step up, then another. The steps felt uneven, worn smooth by years of use. I realized with a sick twist that these passages were older than the house itself, hidden tunnels built long before the place was mine. Halfway up, I heard it again, a whisper, soft and urgent, like someone breathing through a cracked door. My skin prickled. I wanted to call out, to demand answers, but my voice was already caught somewhere in my chest. I pushed forward. At the top of the stairs, I found a small, dimly lit room. Dust motes danced in the weak glow of a single bare bulb dangling from a frayed wire. The walls were lined with old newspapers, yellowed and brittle, plastered in haphazard layers. I stepped inside, the wooden floor creaking beneath me, and my eyes darted around. Something caught my attention, a collection of photographs pinned to the far wall. I recognized the house in every one, but the people inside were strangers. Men and women in faded clothes, smiling or staring blankly, their faces blurred or scratched out. There were maps, too, hand-drawn routes connecting rooms and corridors I'd never seen. Notes scribbled in the margins, words like watch, they muttered. Wait, and mark. I reached out, my fingers grazing one photo, a man with dark eyes and a thin smile. I shivered, pulling it from the wall. Then I noticed something else. A small notebook lay open on a dusty table beneath the photos. I flipped through it, the pages brittle and stained. The handwriting was neat but frantic, the words jumping out at me. They think it's just the owls playing tricks. But it's not. Someone moves through the walls. Someone watches. They mark the keys, the phone. It's not random. It's communication. They're here. Always here. I can't leave. Not anymore. My hands trembled as I read. The words echoed everything I'd been feeling, everything I'd been afraid to admit. This wasn't some random intruder or prankster. It was someone who had been trapped here, or worse, someone who had chosen this place as their prison and their domain. Suddenly, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered and went out, plunging me into darkness. The air grew colder, sharper. I fumbled for my phone, the only source of light I had left, and the screen blinked weakly to life. That's when I noticed it. A message, glowing softly on the lock screen. You can't leave. Not now. My breath caught in my throat. I spun around, searching the shadows for the source. The door behind me slammed shut with a dull thud. I lunged for the handle. It wouldn't budge. Panic bled through my veins, but somewhere beneath it, cold and clear, a terrible realization settled. This was no longer a matter of finding proof or escaping suspicion. I was trapped, marked, and watched. The person or people who had been shifting my keys and phone, who'd been using the secret passages all along, had finally revealed themselves in the only way they could. They didn't want me to leave. I sank to the floor, the cold wood biting through my clothes. My fingers traced the notebook's cover, the rough edges scraping my skin. Somewhere in the next room, footsteps echoed, slow, measured, methodical. I wasn't alone. Not by a long shot. And now, there was no turning back. The door creaked open just a sliver enough for a shadow to stretch across the threshold. I held my breath, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The footsteps paused, as if the person on the other side was weighing their choices. Then, a whisper, soft, barely audible, slipped through the gap. "You're closer than you realize." The words sent a shiver down my spine. They knew more than I thought. More than I dared hope. The door stayed just cracked open, the shadow beyond it pulsing with something almost alive, like it was breathing, waiting. "You're closer than you realize." The whisper lingered in the air, soft but sharp, like the scrape of fingernails on plaster. I swallowed, my mouth dry enough to taste dust. I wanted to ask who, what, wanted to tear this mystery apart, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I let the silence stretch, long and unbearable. Minutes passed, or maybe seconds. Time had lost meaning. Then the door edged wider, slow and deliberate, and the shadow stepped in. A figure, tall, but not towering. The dim light caught only parts, a worn jacket, the glint of glasses, a faint scent of something earthy, like damp soil after rain. They didn't speak again. Just stood there, watching me with eyes that didn't blink fast enough. I tried to steady my breathing, but my chest kept rising and falling in uneven tremors. My fingers tightened around the notebook as if it was a lifeline. I wanted to believe I could confront this person, demand answers, but the weight of their presence smothered any courage. "Why?" My voice was barely a whisper, hoarse and cracked. The figure shifted, stepping closer. A faint scrape echoed when their shoe caught a loose floorboard, one I'd never noticed creak before. "Because," the voice was low, almost tired, "you were never supposed to find out." A cold draft swept through the room, carrying a faint smell of old paper and something metallic. I realized the window had cracked open somewhere, though the air felt unnatural, as if it were pushed through narrow gaps deep inside the walls. The house itself seemed to breathe with us. I swallowed again, the notebook heavy in my hands. "Who are you? What do you want?" They hesitated, then reached out, not threatening, but deliberate. Their fingers brushed the edge of the notebook, tracing the worn leather like they were reading it by touch alone. "You're not ready for all of this," they said, voice almost gentle. "But you're too far in now." My heart slammed against my ribs. Too far in. That's exactly what terrified me. I'd been poking around for weeks, chasing shadows and finding nothing but more questions. And now, the answers were here, just out of reach. Why move my things? Why watch me? I demanded, voice rising despite myself. They looked away, eyes flickering to the cracked plaster on the opposite wall. "Because you needed to understand." Slowly. Carefully. I frowned. Slowly? Carefully? I had woken up to my phone beneath the floorboards, my keys wedged inside the wall near the stairs, my notebooks rearranged as if someone was leaving breadcrumbs. None of that felt careful. It felt like a game. A trap. The figure sighed, a sound like a tired wind. "It's not a game." It's protection. Protection. The word hung between us like a fragile glass, ready to shatter. I wanted to laugh, wanted to scream, but instead, I just stared. The room felt smaller, heavier. The shadows lengthened, pressing in from the corners. Protection from what? I asked, voice barely steady. They met my gaze then, steady and unyielding. From yourself. That hit harder than any threat. From myself? I blinked, confusion twisting into something colder, darker. What does that even mean? I whispered. The figure took a step back, the floor creaking beneath their weight. This house has secrets, they said. Secrets you wouldn't believe. You stumbled onto something dangerous. People who don't like to be uncovered. I shook my head. I don't understand. You said you wanted to protect me. But why watch me? Why scare me? They looked tired, every line on their face etched with years of hidden burdens. Because sometimes, people don't realize what's watching them until it's too late. The words wrapped around me like cold chains. I let the notebook fall onto the floor, the thud echoing in the silent room. My legs trembled beneath me. This wasn't just some prank or obsession. It was something darker, older, something woven into the house itself. A sudden creak from behind the figure made us both turn. The wall beside the door shifted, a thin seam appearing where none had been before. The secret passage, I thought. The same one I had found days ago, the one that led to the hidden crawl space beneath the floorboards. The figure's eyes narrowed. You shouldn't be here right now. Before I could react, the passage slid open fully, revealing a narrow, dimly lit corridor. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and the faint scent of rust. Shadows moved within, flickering like candlelight. I stood, legs unsteady, the room spinning slightly. Who else is there? They didn't answer. Instead, they stepped aside, gesturing toward the passage. You want answers? This is where you find them. But once you go in, there's no turning back. My breath hitched. I glanced around the room, the cracked plaster, the crooked picture frame, the cold draft brushing against my skin. Every corner of this house had betrayed me, and yet here I was, standing at the threshold of the unknown. I swallowed hard. I'm not leaving. The figure nodded, a shadow of a smile flickering across their face. Good. Because this house doesn't let go easily. The passage swallowed us both, the darkness closing in like a living thing. The faint click of the door sealing behind us echoed in the silence. I took a shaky step forward, feeling the rough stone walls press close, the air cooler and heavier. My hands trembled as I reached out, fingertips brushing the cold plaster, tracing the path that had been hidden for who knows how long. A distant drip of water echoed somewhere deep inside. The faint rustle of movement. Breathing. Watching. The walls seemed to close in, shadows twisting into shapes that the mind wanted to believe were figments, but the skin betrayed me. Every hair on my arm stood on end. I wasn't alone. Not by a long shot. And this time, I wasn't just being watched. I was being led deeper and deeper into the heart of the darkness beneath my own home. The air was colder down here, heavier somehow, like the house was holding its breath. I wasn't sure how long I'd been down there. Time lost meaning in the dim light of my phone's flashlight, the beam jittering as I moved. I kept expecting to see eyes watching me from the shadows, but there was only silence. Complete silence. No footsteps behind me. No whispers. Just the steady drip, drip, drip echoing against the stone. Near a bend in the passage, I stopped. Something was carved into the wall, a faint, almost invisible scratch. I knelt close, running my fingers over the shallow grooves. It looked like initials. JS. I frowned, trying to think who that could be. My mind flicked back to the old owner's records I'd found in the attic, the names scribbled in faded ink. Joseph Salinger. The man who built this house, or so the stories said. A recluse, obsessed with secret rooms and hidden doors. The thought sent a chill through me. Maybe the passages weren't just for hiding someone recently. Maybe they'd been here all along, waiting beneath the surface, a secret stitched into the bones of this place. I pushed on, following the narrow corridor until it opened into a larger chamber, low ceiling and damp. The smell of mold thickened, the air so stale I could barely breathe. Against one wall, a small pile of objects sat in a neat heap, my phone, my keys, even my watch. All the things the figure had been moving around, marking their presence like a twisted game. I sat down hard on the cold stone floor, the weight of it pressing into my legs. I stared at the pile, heart hammering. Why leave these here? Was it a warning? An invitation? I didn't know. I didn't want to know. The silence stretched, thick and unyielding. I could hear my own breathing now, ragged in the stillness. The house was holding its secrets close, and I was the only one left to pry them loose. When I finally climbed back up through the narrow passage, the dawn was breaking, pale light filtering through the grimy windows. The house seemed quieter somehow, as if it had settled back into itself after the night's disturbances. But I knew better. The figure was still here. Watching. Waiting. The next morning, I found my keys and phone again, this time on the windowsill, balanced precariously on the narrow ledge like a silent threat. I didn't reach for them right away. Instead, I stood by the window, watching the street outside. The neighbors were going about their routines, oblivious to the dark history buried beneath my feet. I called the police that day, hoping they'd take me seriously. But without proof, without a face or a name, they couldn't do much. "We'll keep an eye on the area," the officer said, polite but distant. "Let us know if anything else happens." I wanted to scream that it was inside the walls, inside the house itself. That it wasn't strangers on the street but a ghost from the past, or worse, something human and patient and cruel. I changed the locks, installed new alarms, even stayed with a friend for a few nights. But none of it stopped the feeling. The sense that I was being watched, the subtle shifts in the house's rhythm, keys moving, phones disappearing, the faintest creak in the floorboards. Weeks passed. I stopped sleeping in the bedroom on the north side, too afraid of the secret doors. The house felt larger now, more like a maze than a home. I learned to move silently, to check every corner before settling down. My hands still trembled sometimes, especially when the air went cold without warning or the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered for no reason. Slowly, I started to understand. This wasn't just about fear. It was about control. Whoever had been here before had known the house's secrets better than I ever could. They had used them to watch, to mark their territory, to remind me that I wasn't safe, not really. And yet, despite everything, I stayed. The house had become a part of me, tangled up in fear and fascination and a stubborn refusal to be driven away. I realized I wasn't just a victim, I was a custodian now, carrying the weight of those hidden passages, the echoes of footsteps beneath the floor. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the shadows stretched long across the walls, I sat in the living room with a cup of tea, the warmth seeping into my fingers. The house was quiet. For now, I could feel the faint pulse of history in the plaster and wood, the lingering presence of someone who had lived and watched and waited. I thought about the figure from the passage, about their shadowed smile and the words they'd left behind. This house doesn't let go easily. They were right. It never would. But neither would I. I wasn't sure what the future held, or if I'd ever fully shake the feeling of eyes on my back or footsteps just out of sight. Maybe I never would. But I'd learned to live with it, to carry the weight of the house's secrets without letting them break me. Because sometimes, the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're the things we can't see but know are there, the silent watchers, the hidden passages, the truths buried just beneath the surface. And in the end, that was enough to keep me awake at night. But it was also enough to keep me here. The house and I, tangled forever in its endless maze of shadows and echoes, neither willing to let go. Story 6, lost at Harrington Station, trapped among silent passengers. I missed my train by less than a second. It was nearly 7:15 p.m., and the sky outside was a bruised shade of purple, the kind of early evening that smells like damp stone and cold cement. I glanced around, hoping for a familiar sign telling me when the next train would come. The display board above the platform flickered weakly, but the only thing visible was the name of the platform itself, Harrington. I frowned. I was sure I'd never heard of it before. This wasn't the platform I usually waited on. The station signs around me were old and peeling, the paint cracked and faded like a forgotten photograph. A shiver ran down my spine, but I shoved it away. I was tired, that was all. I looked back the way I'd come, past the station entrance where the bright fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The corridor was empty. I rubbed my hands together, the chill creeping in through the thin fabric of my jacket. The air here smelled different, too more musty, like stale air trapped in a basement for too long, with just a faint hint of something metallic underneath. I moved forward, stepping onto the platform labeled Harrington again, my footsteps echoing oddly against the low ceiling. The lighting was dim, weak bulbs hanging unevenly from rusted fixtures overhead. Shadows pulled in the corners and stretched along the cracked tiles. I reached up to brush a strand of hair from my face and noticed the smell again, faint, but a little sour, like sweat mixed with old paper. There were people here, but something wasn't right. 10 or so passengers stood scattered along the platform, all facing the tracks. They didn't talk. They didn't move much either. Blank expressions. Their eyes flicked over me briefly, or maybe not even flicked, before returning to the same distant stare, like they were waiting for something but didn't quite know what. I cleared my throat. "Excuse me," I said, voice cracking a bit. "Do you know where the trains from this platform go?" No response. I repeated myself, louder this time. "Where does this train go?" Still nothing. Part of me wanted to laugh it off. Maybe they just didn't hear me. Or maybe they were all absorbed in their own worlds, the way people tend to be on public transit. But it was the way they looked, not just blank, but empty. Like the expression had been wiped clean, leaving nothing behind. No curiosity, no annoyance, no acknowledgement. A whisper of wind stirred the platform dust and rattled the loose metal sign overhead. I swallowed again, heart picking up speed. I tried a different approach. Is this platform still in use? Are the trains running? One older man, standing near the far end, shifted his weight slightly, but didn't turn or glance at me. His eyes were fixed on some point beyond the tracks, unfocused. There was a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, but it wasn't a smile. It was more like a spasm. I backed away a couple of steps. The platform felt colder here, the night air heavier than it had been on the station's main side. I could hear a distant hum, maybe the city's electricity grid, or the faint rumble of a train somewhere far off, but there was no sign of an incoming carriage. I pulled my phone out, thumb hovering over the screen. No signal. Not even searching. Just blank. I tried again. Still nothing. The usual glare of the screen was harsh in the gloom, illuminating the small beads of sweat on my forehead. I pressed the power button. Nothing. The silence was thick, like a layer of dust settling over everything. Even the usual background noises, the chatter of other passengers, the rumble of trains pulling in or out, were missing. I looked back toward the station entrance. It was further away than I remembered, the path dim and strangely narrow. I wasn't sure if I'd taken a wrong turn, or if something had shifted without me noticing. The station itself felt colder here, less welcoming. I shook my head. Probably just tired. Maybe the stress of the day was making me see things. I glanced back at the platform sign again, Harrington, and wondered if there was a chance this was some kind of maintenance platform, closed off to the public. But if that was true, why were there people here? And why no one moving or talking? I took a tentative step forward, nearly tripping over a crack in the tile. The scrape of my shoe seemed unnaturally loud. A faint metallic taste rose at the back of my tongue. I swallowed it down but kept my hand close to the wall, running my fingers along the rough plaster as I moved. The walls were grimy, stained with streaks of rust and what looked like old graffiti scratched out. The light flickered overhead again, and I caught a glimpse of a pale face disappearing around a corner at the far end of the platform. Quick, jerky movements. Was someone there? I blinked and the space was empty. A low cough broke the silence somewhere behind me. I turned sharply, heart pounding, but the platform was still. The passengers remained motionless, watching the tracks like statues. "Hello?" I called out, louder this time, voice echoing off the cold walls. "Is anyone here?" No reply. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I wanted to run back to the main station, to the familiar noise and warmth and light. But the path seemed longer than before, shadows deepening like the walls were closing in. I took a breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. The faint smell of damp plaster mingled with something else, maybe old sweat or forgotten trash, and I wrinkled my nose. My stomach churned. Something about this platform was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. It was a quiet wrongness, subtle but persistent, like the faint hum of a nerve that's just gone numb. I told myself to stay calm, to keep thinking logically. Trains run on schedules. People don't just stand silently on a platform without moving or talking. That couldn't be right. I glanced again at the sign. Harrington. Strange name. A place I'd never heard of, in a station I thought I knew. The flickering light overhead sputtered and died, plunging the platform into near darkness. My breath hitched. The few passengers were still there, unmoving, their pale faces turning toward me with those blank, unreadable eyes. I took a step back. The next train might come any minute. Or maybe it wouldn't come at all. The platform stayed quiet, that thick kind of quiet that makes you want to speak just to hear your own voice. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat growing. The faint taste of stale metal and damp concrete filled my mouth, mixing with the sweat that trickled down my back. The air was heavy, thick with an odd mustiness that clung to my clothes. I rubbed the sleeve of my jacket across my face, trying to wipe away the clamminess, but the feeling just stuck. I stepped back, eyes flicking to the far end of the platform. The flickering light overhead had sputtered back to life, but the glow was weak, casting long shadows that seemed to crawl along the walls. The sign Harrington looked almost like a faded memory, the paint peeling at the edges. I tried to convince myself it was just an old platform, maybe closed off and forgotten, but the presence of those people argued otherwise. Someone cleared their throat. A small sound, barely audible over the soft rumble of distant trains, but it broke the silence. I spun around, heart jumping, but there was no one near me. Just the crowd, standing still, staring ahead again. I crouched down and inspected the edge of the platform. No train tracks. Just a solid wall, grimy and cracked, with bits of peeling paint and moss growing in the crevices. How had they gotten here? How had I? I looked back at the group. Maybe they didn't belong here either. Excuse me, I said, voice softer this time, more cautious. Is this platform even in use? No response. A woman near the front blinked slowly, lips twitching, but didn't speak. A man behind her shifted his weight, his shoes scraping faintly against the cracked concrete. Nothing else. I moved forward, weaving through the crowd. Each person's face was the same, vacant, like they were waiting for something that wouldn't come. I tried to catch someone's eye, to get any hint of recognition or awareness, but all I got was that hollow stare. It was unsettling. A slow, creeping dread settled in my chest. I stopped near a bench and sat down, my legs trembling from standing too long. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Relief. I pulled it out. No signal. Nothing but a blank screen. I tried again. Still nothing. The screen dimmed, as if the battery was dying, but I charged it fully before leaving home. I clicked the flashlight on, the beam cutting through the dimness. It caught on the platform walls, old graffiti, faded and scratched out, some words barely legible, no exit, don't look back, and keep moving. They looked like warnings, but warnings for whom? For me. For the others. The feeling of being watched tightened around me. I scanned the crowd again, and this time, I caught a flicker in one man's eyes. A blink, not the slow, empty kind, but sharp and quick. He looked right at me. For a heartbeat, I thought he'd say something, but then his face went blank again. I couldn't tell if it was relief or fear in that fleeting glance. I stood up, heart hammering. Look, I don't know where I am, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but if you know something, please help me. No answer. Just silence. Then, the faintest, almost imperceptible shuffling of feet. Not a stampede or rush, but a slow, deliberate movement as the entire group began to shift, inching forward together. The platform felt like it was shrinking, closing me in. I backed away, my hands brushing against the cold plaster wall. It was rough, damp. I pressed my palm to it, trying to find any cracks or doors, anything. The light flickered again, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed the platform like a thick curtain. My breath caught. I fumbled for my phone, but it was dead. The cold air pressed against my skin harder now, colder than before. I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then, footsteps. Not distant this time. Close. Too close. Hey! I called out, voice cracking. Who's there? No answer. Just the sounds of slow, measured steps moving around me. I turned, trying to catch a glimpse, but the darkness was absolute. My fingers brushed something cold and smooth, metal. A railing? No, it was the edge of the platform. I was standing near it without realizing. A voice, low and muffled, whispered from the shadows. You shouldn't be here. I spun toward the sound, heart leaping into my throat. Still, no one was visible, just the heavy blackness pressing in. The voice was neither angry nor kind. It was resigned. Like someone delivering bad news they wish they didn't have to say. Who are you? I asked, stepping backward, hands raised slightly, as if to keep a distance. Just a passenger, the voice said, fading. But not for long. A sudden sharp breeze swept through the platform, carrying a bitter, metallic scent that made me cough. The crowd was gone. The people, the silent witnesses, vanished like smoke. I was alone. My phone buzzed again, screen flickering to life. A message blinked on the screen, don't trust the trains. I dropped the phone onto the platform with a hollow clatter. What did it mean? Who sent it? And why? I glanced toward the tunnel entrance, the black maw that led somewhere, anywhere but here. A faint orange glow flickered deep inside, like the dying embers of a fire. I had to make a choice. Stay on this phantom platform and wait for a train that might never come, or step into the darkness and see where it led. The air was still thick with that damp plaster smell, but now it was mixed with something else, the unmistakable scent of fear. I swallowed hard, forcing my legs to move forward. The tunnel's mouth swallowed me whole. The tunnel pressed in from all sides, the rough walls slick with moisture that dripped onto my sleeves. Behind me, the platform had disappeared entirely. No trace of the crowd, no sign of the flickering lights or the vague name etched on the sign. It was as if the world had folded over itself and left me suspended in some other place. I glanced back, half expecting to see someone, anyone, but the tunnel's mouth was nothing but a black slit sealed tight. The thought that I crossed a point of no return twisted in my gut. A cold trickle ran down my spine, and I caught the scent again, that coppery, metallic tang, sharper now. Blood? I shook the idea loose. No, it was something else. Sweat, rust, something old. The kind of smell you don't notice until it's everywhere, like a secret you can't forget. I kept moving, heart hammering against ribs that felt too tight, too fragile. The platform, the silent crowd, the message on my phone, none of it made sense. But the warning, that sharp command, don't trust the trains. It echoed louder with every step. Who sent it? Was it real? Or some cruel trick of my own mind? I wanted to believe it was a warning, not a taunt. Then I heard it. A faint murmur, like a whisper buried beneath the hum of some distant engine. I stopped, pressing my back against the cold wall, straining to listen. The sound shifted, growing clearer, voices. Not one or two, but a crowd. Quiet, controlled, like a crowd at a funeral or a strange, somber gathering. The walls around me seemed to pulse, the light growing warmer but no less flickering. I edged forward, each footfall lighter than the last. The voices became words, though I couldn't catch the meaning. Then a phrase sliced through the murmur, "You're one of us now." That stopped me cold. My hands trembled. One of us? I whispered, testing the words aloud. The silence that followed was immediate, heavy. A figure stepped out of the shadows, a man, dressed in a uniform that looked like it belonged to a station worker, but something was off. His eyes were dull, no spark of recognition or emotion. "You missed the last train," he said flatly, voice void of inflection. "Now you wait." "Wait for what?" I asked, voice cracking. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned and walked deeper into the tunnel, disappearing into the orange haze. I wanted to follow, but my legs wouldn't move. The air thickened, charged with something like dread, or maybe it was anticipation. I couldn't tell anymore. Then more figures appeared, emerging from the gloom like specters. They moved slowly, mechanically, eyes fixed on me without blinking. When I tried to speak, their faces didn't change, didn't respond. I realized with a sinking feeling that they weren't interested in conversation. They were waiting. Watching. Enforcers of some unspoken rule. I took a step back, but the tunnel behind me had vanished again, swallowed by darkness. No chance of retreat. No escape route. Panic flickered, sharp and sudden, but I swallowed it down. I had to think. I had to understand. What is this place? I demanded, louder this time. One of the figures, a woman this time, paused and looked at me, a slow, deliberate motion that felt more like a programmed response than genuine curiosity. "A station," she said, voice low and steady. Not on any map. Not on any schedule. Then why am I here? I asked, voice barely steady. Because you were late. That answer hit like a blow. Late. Not just for a train, but for something I didn't grasp yet. I scanned their faces again, blank, pale, empty. No fear, no hope, no anger. Just waiting. Suddenly, a distant rumble vibrated through the tunnel. The orange light flared briefly, casting long shadows that twisted into grotesque shapes. The murmurs grew louder, a chorus of voices chanting in unison, "One of us. One of us." I backed away, heart in my throat. The wall seemed to close in, narrowing until I could barely see the figures behind me. My phone vibrated again in my pocket. I pulled it out, and the screen was cracked, the message changed, no return. The words burned into my eyes. No chance to turn back. No way out. I slid down to the floor, knees shaking. The truth settled over me like a shroud. I wasn't just lost. I was trapped. Caught in some twisted system where the trains didn't lead anywhere but deeper in. A sudden clatter echoed down the tunnel, something heavy rolling on steel rails. The figures stiffened, turning toward the sound. The orange glow intensified, and through the haze, I saw it, a train, but unlike any I'd ever known. Its windows were dark, opaque, and it moved soundlessly, gliding closer with a relentless pace. The woman from before stepped forward. "It's time." I scrambled up, backing away until my spine hit the wall. "I don't want to go," I said, voice trembling but loud enough to break the chant. She shook her head, expression unreadable. "You don't get a choice." The train came to a smooth stop, doors sliding open with a hiss that swallowed all other sound. The air inside smelled faintly of antiseptic and cold metal. I peered in, searching for a way out, a sign of life, anything. But the car was empty, sterile, and waiting. I swallowed hard. The crowd closed in, unblinking eyes boring into me. The platform beyond the train was gone. Just the tunnel, the orange light, and that impossible train. I stepped toward the door, every instinct screaming to run, but my legs moved anyway. No point in fighting it. No way back. The door closed behind me with a finality that echoed through the car. The lights flickered once, then steadied into a harsh, artificial glow. The seats were cold plastic, the floor was slippery with something I couldn't place. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of loss. I sank into a seat near the window, staring out into the tunnel's blackness. The train shuddered, then began to move, not toward any station I recognized, but deeper into the unknown. I was trapped. No map, no schedule, no escape. And I still didn't know who or what was waiting for me at the end of the line. The train rattled on, deeper into that endless tunnel, and I couldn't stop the tremor that ran through my hands. I turned away, blinking against the harsh fluorescent light overhead. It buzzed and flickered, casting long, twitching shadows that made the seats look like they might shift shape if I stared too long. The emptiness of the car was suffocating. No hum of conversation, no rustle of newspapers, no clack of heels on the floor, only the mechanical groan of the train and my own ragged breathing. I tried to steady it, swallowed hard, and scanned the car again. Empty seats. No one else. That crowd on the platform. Where had they gone? The faces, the blank expressions, the silence, those things clawed at me. I tried to push the memory away, but it wouldn't settle. They had been watching. Expecting something. Or someone. A sudden shudder ran through the train, sharper this time. The lights flickered violently and then died in a stuttering blackout. Darkness swallowed the car like a wet blanket. My stomach clenched. I blinked, heart hammering, and fumbled for the emergency light by the door. A tiny red bulb sputtered, weak but steady. It was like a faint pulse in the void. I gripped the pole beside me, knuckles white, and tried to listen. Nothing but the train's metal bones creaking. No footsteps. No voices. No sign of life. Then, out of the silence, a noise, a soft shuffle, like someone dragging their feet just beyond the next car. My breath caught. I pressed my ear to the wall, but the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones stopped as suddenly as it started. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe not. I'm not proud of what I did next. I slid from my seat, fingers trembling, and crept toward the door. The emergency latch was cold and stiff under my fingers. I pulled it, and with a hiss, the door slid open, revealing the pitch-black corridor between cars. My flashlight app on my phone was useless here. Total darkness, zero signal. I stepped through, every nerve screaming to turn back. Halfway along the corridor, the temperature dropped sharply. I could see my breath in a thin, ghostly mist. A low thud echoed somewhere ahead. I froze. The train groaned and shifted beneath me, and I had to fight the urge to run. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Coming closer. I pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath, heart hammering so loud I thought it would give me away. The footsteps passed. I caught a glimpse, no face, just a shadow, moving with eerie precision. The figure didn't look human, or if it was wrong somehow. The way it moved, the way it paused, seemed rehearsed. Mechanical. I wanted to yell, to ask what was going on, but my voice caught in my throat. The figure stopped just out of reach and tilted its head, staring at me, or at least where I was hiding. That blank, expressionless face from the platform. "No," I whispered. "Not real. Not real." The figure didn't move. Then it vanished into the darkness ahead. I stumbled back into the car, slamming the door shut behind me. The emergency light flickered in relief. I sank onto a seat, hands shaking so badly I dropped my phone. It clattered on the floor, screen dim. I needed to think. To breathe. To figure out where the hell I was and how to get out. My phone buzzed suddenly. An incoming message. From an unknown number. "Welcome aboard." No punctuation. No signature. I stared at the screen. Then another message. "Next stop, nowhere." The train shuddered violently, throwing me forward. My head hit the seat in front, a sharp sting blooming on my forehead. I blinked up, vision blurry, and caught sight of the car's ceiling, a crack running lengthwise, webbing into the panels like fractured glass. The train slowed. The lights flickered again, and in the dull glow, the windows revealed something. A platform. But not like the one I'd come from. This was different. Raw concrete walls stained with dark streaks, old posters peeling and curling. No signs. No people. Just silence. I swallowed hard, rising to the door. My legs wobbled, but I forced myself forward. I couldn't stay on this train, this endless loop of shadows and whispers. The door hissed open, and I stepped out. The platform was empty. Deafeningly so. The air was thick, smelling of mildew and something metallic. I could hear distant dripping water, slow and steady, like a metronome counting down. I started walking, the echo of my footsteps swallowed by the vast emptiness. Ahead, a flickering light marked an exit sign, its glow weak and unreliable. I reached it, hand trembling on the rusted handle. It was locked. Great, I muttered, voice rough. Of course. I pounded on the door. No answer. Behind me, the train's doors slid shut with a finality that echoed far too loudly. I turned back. The platform stretched endlessly, and the train sat silent and still, like a predator waiting. Then I saw movement. Figures emerging from the shadows at the far end. Slow, deliberate steps. Blank faces. Watching. I backed away, heart thrumming in my ears. No place to run. No place to hide. And I realized I wasn't just trapped on this train. I was trapped in whatever nightmare it led to. The walls seemed to close in. The air grew colder. I swallowed the lump in my throat and whispered, I have to keep moving. But the figures were coming closer. And I knew this was only the beginning. I stood on the platform, the dim light above casting more shadows than illumination, the flicker of a single bulb making the world seem unsteady, as if reality itself was about to blur and splinter. The sign overhead read Elmsbridge, a name I'd never seen on any map or transit schedule. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and something else, something metallic, like the tang of old pennies left to rust. My throat was tight, dry, and the rough plaster beneath my fingertips felt almost too cold, as if it absorbed warmth rather than reflected it. I wanted to move, to shake this strange place free from my skin, but the weight of that silence, the silence of blank faces, kept me rooted. I'd missed my usual train, the one that took me home, and somehow that failure had spiraled into this, a platform that shouldn't exist, with passengers who might as well have been statues. I had tried asking, over and over, where does this train go? But the only answer was their unblinking, expressionless faces. No one spoke. No one even blinked. A slow, sinking realization had begun to settle in. I wasn't in a place where I could bargain or argue or reason. Not really. This platform wasn't just unknown, it was a trap of sorts, a limbo made of concrete and silence. I took a slow breath, the kind that fills your lungs with cold air but doesn't quite reach your heart. My legs ached, and my hands trembled just enough for me to notice. I looked around again, trying to find some clue, some escape hatch. The far end of the platform was swallowed by darkness, but I thought I heard a faint shuffle. A soft scrape of shoes on tile. My pulse quickened, but I reminded myself to stay calm. Hello? I called out, voice cracking. Is anyone there? Please, the word felt weak in my mouth. No response. A figure stepped forward from the shadows. A woman, maybe in her 50s, with pale skin that seemed translucent under the flickering light. Her eyes were empty, like the others. But then, she blinked just once and her lips parted to speak. The train comes soon, she said, voice low and hollow, like wind through dry leaves. You must be ready. Ready? I echoed, my voice nearly a whisper. Ready for what? Where does the train go? She tilted her head, eyes meeting mine for a moment that stretched too long. It's not about where. It's about what you're willing to leave behind. I swallowed hard. The words didn't make sense, but they felt heavy, like a warning. I glanced back down the platform. The other passengers hadn't moved. Their faces remained blank, unreadable. A sudden noise broke the stillness, the distant rumble of a train approaching. The sound was muffled, almost ghostly. A long, deep vibration that made the ground beneath me hum faintly. My stomach lurched. This was it. The moment I'd been dreading and hoping for. The woman stepped closer. Once you board, there's no turning back. I shook my head. I don't belong here. Her gaze softened, just a fraction. None of us do. The train pulled into view, its carriages old and worn, windows darkened. No lights inside, just empty seats waiting. The doors slid open with a sigh of tired metal. "Come," she said, voice barely audible. I hesitated. The platform felt like a cage, but the train promised something unknown, maybe freedom, maybe more captivity. I could stay and wait for some explanation that might never come, or I could step forward and face whatever was on the other side. My feet moved before my mind could catch up. Each step was heavy, but it was a choice, one that I had to make for myself. Inside, the air was stale and cold. The seats were ripped and stained, the floor covered in a thin layer of dust. I took a seat near the window and watched as the platform's light dimmed, then vanished. The doors hissed shut. The train lurched forward, slow at first, then faster. The rumble vibrated through the car, and outside the window, darkness swallowed everything. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breath. The silence inside the train was different, softer, but no less oppressive. Minutes passed. Then longer. I thought about the people on the platform. The woman who had spoken. The blank faces. What had brought them here? Were they prisoners like me, or something else? I tried to remember how I'd gotten here. The missed train, the wrong platform, the strange sign. It was like a waking nightmare, one that refused to end. But then, something shifted. The motion slowed. The train began to slow. The doors slid open onto a familiar platform, my usual one. Bright lights, the hum of the city, the distant chatter of people waiting for the next train. I blinked, disoriented. The smell of coffee and exhaust filled the air. I stepped out onto the platform, heart pounding. No one was staring at me. No blank expressions. Just the normal flow of passengers, rushing by without a second glance. I took a deep breath and looked around, feeling the rough texture of the concrete beneath my shoes. The world felt solid again, predictable. But it wasn't the same. The experience had left a mark, a quiet ache beneath my skin, a shadow in the corner of my mind. I walked away from the platform, the noise and light wrapping around me like a shield. I thought about what the woman said about being ready to leave things behind. Maybe that was it. Maybe I'd been carrying ghosts of my own regrets, fears, unspoken words, and somehow, that strange platform was a place where I had to confront them. I wasn't sure if the train had been real or a hallucination born of exhaustion and panic. Maybe it didn't matter. What mattered was that I was back. The city's pulse felt different now. Sharper, more urgent. I noticed the way people smiled, the way the cold air bit at my cheeks. I was part of it again, but changed. I'd missed my usual train, yes. But I found something else, a reminder that sometimes, getting lost is the only way to truly find your way home. As I stepped into the street, the neon signs flickered overhead, and a distant dog barked. I smiled, a real smile, even if it felt a little fragile. The night held its breath, waiting. And I was ready to face it.